completely damaged. With this harrowing experience, the livelihoods of the affected persons was hanging in the balance. Some of the affected persons say the experience was horrible and daunting as all accessible roads, houses and other livelihoods have been overtaken by the flood.
My parlor, 2012, the water never enter inside. But you go there now, it don't begin to reach here. All my rooms here are ready.
No single land, if not this place now, as you can see. Crop destroyed worth millions of naira. One cannot actually quantify how much.
And we also use this medium to call on the state, local government and the federal to come to aid, because every crops in this community has been carried away by flood.
The whole community with the federal government assist, both state and federal, because the way it is now, you see many people have been displaced. You can see for yourself.
The government and state government to come and help us to see that this water that are coming us every year will not be happen again.
I only cook in this place. Then when it is late, I'll find where to sleep. Then early morning, I'll come back.
We used to carry one room or two rooms we join them together to live in one class.
Since morning I never chop. Make gonna spend money while I want to buy fish. 1,000. I don't find fish in my village. You reach here, no fish, no chop. Water don't carry the village. Hey, make I die.
Flood has taken everything that we have, both our crops, even our houses. We don't have house to enter. We don't have anywhere to go.
The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has not been resting on its hours in providing succor to the affected persons in all the affected states to give them a sense of belonging. This is in addition to the deployment of search and rescue equipment, water purification machines, ambulances, as well as activation of the search and rescue unit of the Nigerian military to assist in the airlifting of food items to non-accessible areas and evacuation of trapped victims.
The agency, that is NEMA, is inundated with reports of flood disasters in more than 450 local areas across the country, within the states and FCT, and still counting, causing colossal loss of lives, livelihoods, and destruction to infrastructures.
Experts say until and unless the intervening agencies devise effective ways of managing the ravaging flood, the yearly rituals of flooding will continue to be a nightmare for the affected communities.
And to speak further on the flood situation in Nigeria is Ilyasu Yakubu. Hello Ilyasu, you're welcome to the correspondence.
Thank you very much.
Good to have you on the show again.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Now, 2022 flood came with more devastation. So many farmlands washed away, lives lost, and it was more devastating than what we experienced in 2012. What will you say is the cause?
Well, flood, as you may see, it is a natural phenomenon. It comes every year, and also human activities also induce this flood disaster that we experience on a yearly basis. And human activity, like I said earlier, is one of the major factor, that increase the level of flooding that we experience across the country.
Because one will wonder, is it an act of God or act of man?
Yes, like I said earlier, well, flood is that attitude of neglect. We tend to forget, the devastating effects that comes every year, to human lives, and yet we forget about it, and we also remain in those flood-prone areas. And when it comes, that is when some of the residents begin to cry out for help. And of course, it has been there for quite a while. And talking about the devastating effects of the 2020 flooding compared to that of 2012. Of course, the 2022 flooding is really high because as at yesterday, we have a record of more than 3 million people affected.
Displaced.
Yes, affected. And out of which more than 1 million, were affected, and about more than 600 or so dead. So you see, from that perspective, you will say that the 2022 flooding is really high.
A high one.
Yeah.
So now with this issue of farmlands being washed away, what do you see in terms of food security?
Yes, this is not the first time that the government is doing a lot on that aspect. You could remember in 2012 when the flood occurred, the government initiated a process, of giving out, agricultural input, to farmers, so that at the end of the day we will not record any kind of food crisis. Of course, the farmers, have been assisted by the federal government with agricultural input, and instead of experiencing food crisis, rather we were celebrating, bumper harvest, and I'm very sure this time around the government is also preparing towards that. If I may quote the Director General of NEMA, Mustafa Habib Ahmed, also said that the government is working towards that. Even as we speak, apart from the usual palliative, or rather the food, the relief items that is being distributed to the affected person, even this time around, they have commenced a process of supporting the farmers, so that we don't experience.
Okay, now talking about the government doing a lot, and we are actually saying that flooding has become like an annual ritual in Nigeria. It must come to pass and all that. Is it that the sensitization is not enough? Where are we getting it wrong? That people still fall victim?
Yes, you see, the people, especially those resident in the flood-prone areas, making it very difficult for government, to do the needful. Because when you are asked to leave, to the upper land, you say, this is my ancestral home, I can't go to anywhere. And you see, injecting some level of force, may tend to be a different thing. And that is why the government is taking it gradually, to ensure that the people, are being taken out of those areas. Of course, we're in Anambra, for instance, where about 70 people lost their lives. And of course, the government, the state government and the federal government have agreed, to use a NEMA helicopter, to evacuate some of those people, that are being trapped in those areas. So if we have this kind of similar agreement, with the state government, the local government, and the federal government, I think things will be better off, in the near future.
Okay. So you have gone around, you have seen the places affected and all that. Briefly, like in conclusion, what do you have to tell Nigerians from your assessment and what you think we should do?
Well, like I said, the 2022 flooding is rather severely affected, the people, and of course we must have to do the needful, at ensuring that these kind of things, don't happen, because you can see from 2012 to 2022, that's about 10 years. You understand me? Since 2024, we've never had this kind of devastating effect of flooding until this year, 2022. Of course, let me borrow the words of the Director General of Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, NISA, Engineer Clement Inze, who says that of course, if this kind of flooding we can use it to our own advantage. You understand? He said we can channel the flood water to create a city. Create a dam, and people like where water is being situated. You understand me? We can channel the flood water, create a city, people will live there, and at the end of the day, we can use the flood water again to do irrigation farming, so that at the end of the day, we can be farming all through the year. So if government will be thinking towards a direction, I think things will be better off.
So it's all about taking advantage of what nature brings.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Elias, for coming on the program, and thank you for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you very much.
Hope to have you around some other time.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah. Still to come on the correspondence, efforts to curb harmful practices in communities in the Federal Capital Territory. Join us again. Pleased that the Buhari-led administration has made remarkable progress,
like Lafia Transmission Station nearing completion. Africa does not need charity, but partnerships that will promote the adequate investments
with the cooperation of all.
Sharing firsthand the experiences of reporters on the field as they bring to you weekly the beauty of Nigeria's diverse culture and the economic potentials therein. The Correspondents, development through the eye of the grassroots, showing every Monday at 1:30 p.m. on the network service of the NTA, with a repeat broadcast on NTA News 24 and NTA International. Join us.
Nigerian youths are about the greatest assets the country has at the moment. It is therefore not surprising that the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari is strategically responding to the yearnings of the youth through multiple projects and programs. Youth entrepreneurship support, yes, by Bank of Industry, the Youth Investment Fund by the CBN, and several other conditional cash transfer programs. Recruitment of 774,000 social workers, majority of whom are youths, and so many other projects that are beneficial to youths directly or indirectly. If the administration can do all this, definitely with a degree of patience and time, it can achieve more. Nigerian youths must come together to say no to terrorism, no to vandalism, and no to all disruptive tendencies. Hashtag Youth for Greater Nigeria. Pacifying the youths, unifying the nation.
Welcome back to the Correspondents. As the 2023 general elections approach, political gladiators are doing what they know best, campaigning for votes, with different modes of communication, some dancing, others donating money to sway more voters to their fold in order to capture power in 2023. But the Independent National Electoral Commission is not comfortable with their speeches at the podium, so there is need for discussions. Correspondent Mia Ogide reports that a meeting to address this was held in Abuja, but INEC also needs some in-house cleansing if the election must be credible.
Dancing, now a tool of electioneering campaign. The steps are exciting, but sometimes the politician's speech is not a reflection of the beautiful dance steps and needs to be guided. Here are some of the initiators of such undecent campaigns. INEC meeting them to ensure campaign grounds are not used to launch attacks.
The Commission cautioned political parties, candidates and their supporters to eschew violence during the electioneering campaign. The statement was necessary against the background of clashes among supporters of different political parties, including allegations of denial of access to public facilities and the destruction of billboards and other outdoor campaign materials by act of thuggery. The campaigns have just begun. As party leaders, you should remain committed to peaceful electioneering. We will continue to work together to remove encumbrances to the right of parties and candidates to freely canvass for the support of the electorate. The Commission will continue to track the campaigns and will not hesitate to initiate the process of prosecution of violators as provided by law.
IPAC leadership has noted the spikes in the use of divisive languages and hate speeches by several chieftains and spokespersons of some of the political parties in the mass media and at political rallies. We want to assure you that the reprehensible, irresponsible, and reckless utterances which are already heating up the polity with the potential of leading to the even more dangerous dimensions of igniting mutual hate, animosity, and violence along the nation's existing tenuous fault lines is being addressed by IPAC. Sooner than later, our effort in ensuring decency and issue-based campaigns will manifest in the conduct of our members, the political parties, and candidates, as well as their spokespersons.
Voters register a critical component in the process. 12.2 million registrations recorded in the just suspended continuous voters registration exercise, 9.5 million valid, 2.7 million invalid. Who are the accomplices of the invalid registration?
The Commission has so far identified 23 registration officers involved in this unethical conduct, and disciplinary action against this staff has commenced. We shall continue to protect the integrity of our voters register. It is pivotal to credible elections. It is also a national asset and easily the largest database of citizens in Africa and one of the largest in the world. Let me once again reassure Nigerians that there is no going back on the deployment of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, for voter accreditation. There is no going back on the transmission of results on the INEC result viewing portal, the real time on election day. There will be no incident form that enables ineligible persons to vote using other people's permanent voters' cards during elections.
Adding the 9.5 million voters to the existing 84 million, the preliminary voter register is now 93.5 million that will participate in the 2023 elections.
The watchword should be decency and issue-based campaigns, hoping that politicians will play the game according to the rules. Thanks a lot, Nia. Our next report is a disturbing trend in the modern world. It is the practice of infanticide in the FCT communities. Arrival of newborn babies, either lone births or in multiples, comes with bundle of joy to any family. But do you know that some communities, twins or multiple births, and in fact children born with deformities, are labeled evil children and are being killed even after the intervention of Mary Slessor? What is more baffling is that the discovery of some communities in the nation's capital that are still practicing such dastardly acts. Well, I took out time to visit such areas. 148 children rescued from various communities in the FCT for fear of being killed because they are either twins, triplets, or born with one form of deformity or the other, as alleged that some communities in the FCT tag them evil. For the fact that these triplets were brought here barely a month ago from one of the communities in the FCT to tell you that it's real and it is still happening. 15-year-old Esther is one of the survivors of infanticide in the FCT.
When my mother gave birth to me, she died. So the community thought I was evil, that I killed her. So they wanted to bury me together with her.
Like Esther, Bethel and Mabel share the same story of how they were rescued 12 years ago from Sohon Kaida community in Gwagwalada Area Council of the FCT. For Mabel and Bethel, both 12 years old, their dreams of one day becoming a medical doctor and a teacher will become a reality, all thanks to Vine's Heritage Orphanage Home. Stephen and his wife, who have been on a rescue mission of these children since 2006. The couple today have established an orphanage in Kuje for their upkeep, with the first survivor, Ruth, now married with 2 children. But you may be wondering if infanticide is still in practice in this millennium age, especially in communities around the nation's capital.
This infanticide is most common with the Asakomo tribe, and but even among the Basakomo tribe, there are 3 family clans. The one that is more notable for this practice is the Bajingala clan.
Out of curiosity, yours truly visited Sohon Kaida in Gwagwalada Area Council, one of the communities alleged to be involved in infanticide. The community, however, denied the allegation of infanticide, despite testimonies from some of the rescued children who are from the same village.
They used to do some but no.
Religion and the society still frown at it.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can test someone, can give you a child that has this kind of in Islam. I'm talking based on the Islamic point of view, nothing like that. You just accept it.
God sent every child for a purpose. Every child is to fulfill a purpose. So every child is destined in whichever form he comes.
So there's nowhere you find the practice of this to be legal.
Being supported by European Union and Action Aid.
We got involved when we located the man who, the pastor who started rescuing the children, and we saw the burden of work that he was carrying on. He was not being particularly funded by anybody, but we have completed the building and they have more space now to play.
The call is for all well-meaning Nigerians to rise up and condemn infanticide, as well as create awareness to end the practice so that the likes of Esther, little Rufus, and many other twins and triplets can live to fulfill their destinies.
It is really unfortunate that these harmful practices are still happening in this age and time. The need for more awareness has become urgent. And with that, we conclude the correspondence this week. Join us again next week on another edition. Thank you very much for being part of it. Remember to join the NTA to put a stop on rape and rapists. Take action and be a star with the NTA. Bye for now.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
My name is Biko. And I'm Mana. And together we are Biko's Mana.
What is up, everyone? My name is Ricky Smith, and I am the writer and producer of the Sesame Street Friends theme song.
Hey, it's time to play. We're glad you came because we love to share.
It's been so cool working with Biko and Mana on this project. They've been incredibly professional, and obviously they are so talented. We could not have found better people to sing this song.
Hey, it's time to play. We're glad you came because we love to share. We can laugh and sing, do brand new things with new friends everywhere. Come, let's have some fun with everyone because we love to learn together, making new friends forever. Sesame Street Friends.
For the award of contract for the dualization and reconstruction of the Kano Kwana Ganja Adeja Road.
Federal government approves repairs of roads affected by the recent flood in the country.
We're looking at reconnecting our people, the African mainland or motherland with diaspora Caribbean region.
Nigeria and Antigua and Barbuda commence operationalization of air services agreement.
Federal High Court sets up special task force for disposal of pre-election cases within 4 weeks.
The redesign is fine when the economy is buoyant, but for now there's hardship everywhere.
Since I was born, dollar has remained the way it is. It has not been changed. The most important thing is the strength of your currency.
On Good Morning Nigeria today, we discuss Naira redesign and its impact on the exchange rate of the national currency.
The place of national currency to a nation and her citizens cannot be underscored, as it does not only facilitate the purchase of goods and services locally, but also across borders, making the nation a member of the global community. This is in addition to the fact that the currency is also referred to as the face of the nation.
Quite right there, Kirian. Of course, the national currency is one of the national symbols, along, of course, with the coat of arms and the national flag. Now, since the announcement of the redesign of the Nigerian Naira, some of the banknotes, 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira, there have been mixed reactions, ranging, of course, from comments on the timing to the appropriateness of the redesign. Now, in spite of the fact that the exercise is intended to ensure financial stability and also enhance the maintenance of the country's external reserves and then impact on the exchange rate of the local currency to major basket of international exchange currencies.
Yeah, exactly. And for example, the CBN states that 2.73 trillion naira out of the 3.23 trillion naira are in circulation outside the vaults of commercial banks, stressing that the currencies in circulation have multiplied rapidly since 2015, rising from 1.46 trillion naira in December 2015 to 3.23 trillion in September 2022. CBN now says that this takes away the power of regulating money in circulation through monetary policy.
Well, there are a number of other reasons that the central bank has adduced for the redesign of some of the banknotes, including, of course, addressing the shortage of clean and fit banknotes, as well as addressing the negative perception of the national currency, including, of course, reducing the risk of counterfeiting, evidenced by several security reports. So, ultimately, we'll be asking again the benefit of redesigning the Naira against the backdrop of what we have seen as the impact of the rush by some persons to exchange the national currency for the US dollar. That's the rate that we are seeing on the parallel market. It's getting up and up and up and up. But the CBN itself had always advised that, look, the parallel market rate cannot and should never be used to assess the strength of a national currency, because for transactions you have the rates as stipulated by the central bank and, of course, utilized by the various commercial banks. The only challenge there is that do you have access
Exactly. This has been happening over the years, because if there is a strong policy, a monetary policy, I wouldn't see a reason why some schools and some organizations, ask for dollars in exchange of any services or goods, which is wrong.
Absolutely.
In a nation that does not use dollar as its national currency.
Well, of course, we shall be taking a look at the impact of all of that and what it means for the domestic economic pressures, particularly inflation. Because as we very well know, traders and all kinds of persons, we tell you prices have gone up because the value of the Naira has also declined against the US dollar. And the claim is that because the nation imports most of its goods and services, then of course there's a benchmark against the US dollar. And I think that point is actually exaggerated, that Nigeria is a wholly import-dependent economy, or mostly import-dependent. I don't think that is altogether a correct rendition of it, but there's profiteering.
There is reasonability in thinking in that direction, because we are great importers. There are no two ways about it.
We are great, but not that wholly.
We top the list, in Africa, if you ask me. From all education, apart from Francophone countries, of course, we rely, on France for the supply of goods.
But our population also would warrant that. All right. So we'll be taking a look at the impact on the exchange rate, particularly on the parallel market, as well as, of course, what needs to be done to ensure that the consequences are mitigated as of course, the deadline for the final exchange of the notes continue to get closer. Welcome to Good Morning Nigeria. I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
And I'm Kirian Umar, also joining my colleague to bring you the effect of Naira design on foreign exchange. We are live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. I will bring you our usual other segments, of course, that will form part of today's package. For now, let's have the news highlight with Elizabeth Amari. Hello, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Kieran and Kingsley. Here is the morning news. The federal government says repair works should commence on roads affected by the recent flooding as it approves memos for the award of contract by the Ministry of Works and Housing. The Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development also got approval to stop bird flu from causing havoc in the country, as the ministry says there wouldn't be serious food shortage as a result of flooding.
A variation order for the East-West Road Project sections 1 to 4 from Warri to Port Harcourt, Eket-Oron, including Oron-Eket bypass, in the sum of 260 billion, thereby increasing the total contract sum for the outstanding sections 1 to 4 of the East-West Road projects from the sum of formerly of 246 billion now to 506 billion.
The current trend in the global economic climate change and the Ukrainian conflict all present opportunities for closer ties among developing economies, especially a refocusing attention on trade and energy access for the benefit of the people. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo stated this when he received in audience the Nigerian Bond Secretary General of the D8 organization, Ambassador Isiaka Imam, speaking on the need for closer ties among developing countries such as those in the D8. The Vice President said this is a very important time for member countries to really focus on critical issues on trade and energy. Nigeria offers great prospect for expanding trade among the D8 members. Vice President Osinbajo explains and urges members to look at how to use Nigeria as a point to take off from some kind of way to the African free trade zones. On Nigeria's advocacy for a just transition to net zero, the Vice President urges the D8 to join in the campaign, explaining that advocacy in the area of energy access is an important consideration in the whole campaign towards net zero, and says it is possible for the D8 to take it up because all the countries are faced with more or less the same sort of challenges. He commended the renewed vigor by the present Secretary of the D8 to give it a new direction and create better opportunities that would benefit member countries. Ambassador Isiaka Imam remarked that there's a deliberate effort to reinvigorate trade among member countries in the new direction of the D8, especially improving trade volumes from 121 billion billion to a new target of about $500 billion by 2030. He added that plans are underway to establish a D8 MSME center in Abuja as part of efforts to boost trade by building capacity among MSMEs in member countries, noting that the center, if realized, will be a game changer for members to enhance the capacity and training of MSMEs in branding and quality control. Nigeria is a member of the D8, which is an organization for development cooperation among 8 developing countries, comprising Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Malaysia, Pakistan, and Turkey. Prime Minister of Antigua and Bermuda, Gaston Brown, says the personalization of the bilateral air service agreement between Nigeria and the twin island of Antigua and Bermuda opens the door to Nigeria becoming the biggest trading partner with the Caribbean nation ahead of US and UK. This was at the inaugural reception of Nigeria-owned Antigua Airways by the Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Tourism on arrival in St. John's, Antigua.
Nigeria has over 218 million people. And to me, that is the potential for us to be the number one source market for us.
We're now looking at, in a real way, trade with Africa. Not only in tourism, but in goods and services. We're looking at a reconnecting of our people, the African mainland or motherland with diaspora Caribbean region.
A bit from the judiciary, the Federal High Court of Nigeria has constituted a special task force of judges to hear and determine all pre-election cases filed before it within 4 weeks. A statement by the Assistant Director Information, Catherine Christopher, says the Chief Judge of the Court, Justice John Demba Soho, deems it necessary to designate a team of judges following the large volume of pre-election cases that have flooded the court. Judges who are members of the task force will suspend all regular cases in their respective courts due to the urgency of electoral cases which are time-bound. The third edition of the Conference of Election Security Management for Senior Police Officers of Nigeria's ended in Owerri, Imo State, with a resolve to advise government to set up election offences prosecution units that will expedite prosecution of electoral offences. The conference also resolved that police personnel on election duty must remain neutral in discharging their duties during the 2023 general elections.
The police is to exercise effective partnership and coordination with other security agencies that are deployed to assist the electoral process. The conference also urged that police should ensure that political campaigns by various political parties are streamlined in order to avoid clashes and likely breakdown of law and order.
The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps FCT Command has paraded 9 suspects who allegedly specialized in adulteration of petroleum products and sale to unsuspecting public. The arrest follows a special operation carried out by the Corps Commandant General's Special Intelligence Squad.
As soon as the investigations are concluded, necessary actions will be taken against them so as to serve as deterrent to other illegal operators or illegal dealers in petroleum products.
The safety of lives and property can only be guaranteed if citizens collaborate with security agencies in terms of information sharing. The Comptroller, Lagos State Command of the Nigerian Immigration Services, Mani Bagiwa, reiterated this while briefing newsmen on the interception of some illegally trafficked migrants.
Trafficking, as well as security threats such as routine violence, rape, kidnapping, terrorism.
And that's the morning news. Good Morning Nigeria continues with Kieran and Kingsley after this time out. To stay with us.
It's a little for Nigeria. Oh, better days are coming. Better days that gives us hope and strength. Volatility Determined to keep this hope alive, bringing the smiles back to all Nigerians.
It's a new dawn in Nigeria. Renewed hope beckons on our people. The silver lining dulls the skies. The firmament portents a bright future as the people of Nigeria move to vote a man whom they have come to trust for the realization of their aspirations for a better Nigeria. That man is Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. He has been tested. He can be trusted. Vote Asiwaju Bola Tinubu as President of Nigeria 2023. Vote Kashim Shettima as Vice President. Vote APC. Surely with Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the smiles are returning. We are close to home.
Bringing the smiles back to all Nigerians.
The 35th National Festival of Arts and Culture, Econa Fest 2022, with the theme Culture and Peaceful Coexistence, holds from Monday the 7th to Sunday 13th November 2022 at the National Stadium, National Institute for Sports, Lagos State. Time 10 a.m. daily. The official opening ceremony will take place on Wednesday 9th November 2022. Time 11 a.m. Venue Mobolaji Johnson Arena, formerly Onikon Stadium, Lagos State. Econa Fest 2022, promoting culture and peaceful coexistence. Otumba Olusegun Urushewe OON, Chairman, National Festival Planning Committee, Announcer. Media partners NTA, AIT, LTV, FRCN, Eagle 7, Sports Radio, and Discon Television.
All I do is win. I wake up, I win. I close my eyes, and I win.
We got a message, girlfriend.
Keep up on me, come on, let's keep it to the world, stop it. Independent women, come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep it to the world, stop.
Wow, you look great. Did you just come from the salon? Darling superstar, great birthday salon fresh, no matter what.
To every politician, as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise, remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate and how you intend to relieve the sufferings and bring succor. Nigeria is in dire need of patriotic leaders at all levels, leaders who will make national development their priority. Concentrate on telling the electorate what you intend to do when you get into office. Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic, and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency.
We thank you for staying with us on Good Morning Nigeria today. We now talk business, and Alika Obanachi is our guide.
The Deputy Governor,
Economic Policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Kingsley Obiora, said the development of the eNaira is buttressed by the giant stride made in the digital currency space, as the creation of both individual and merchant wallet has gained traction and posed to further stimulate eNaira transactions in Nigeria.
We have seen the eNaira record the following milestones: 927,000 total downloads, 317,560 activated wallets, 33 banks that are fully integrated and live on the platform, over 3 billion that has been successfully minted by the bank, 2.1 billion has been issued to deposit money banks, and over 3,320 merchants have successfully registered on the eNaira, including ShopRite, Sahad Stores, Fraser Suits, AA Rano, amongst others.
Since its launch, the eNaira is said to offer Nigerians endless possibilities in using financial services, thus living up to its slogan, "Same Naira, more possibilities." Now let's take a look at Wednesday tradings on the floor of the exchange. With business news, Alika Opanachi, Arua.
Many thanks, Alika, for the business package on Good Morning Nigeria. Coming up next, newspaper review.
All right, and we have about 4 papers to review this morning.
That's right.
First, the New Telegraph newspaper, New Telegraph, and above the nameplate of the newspaper, CBN, RT 200 policy attract 1.84 trillion naira inflows, reject 5.112 billion budget for AUGX office, accuses Foreign Affairs Minister of flouting budget provisions. Details on page 2. Now, hazy weather, NIMET advises on likely flight cancellations and bird strikes. It's on page 4. Now, gunmen abduct 39 children in Katsina, demand 30 million ransom. Details on pages 6 and 30. And it has it right there. Khan holds one-day national prayer retreat on Friday. Okay, the lead story on the Telegraph, New Telegraph, court okays suit seeking to void all APC's nominations. With 3 riders as PDP challenges legality of the Buni-led APC committee. Judge fixes November 22nd for mention. Osho Guba Tribunal admits more exhibits against Adeleke and INEC. All right, there are other running stories here. Senate summons Finance Minister over 147 billion naira power project. Queries NDLEA for spending 1.5 billion on recruitment. All that on page 2. Atiku campaign tackles APC for disparaging other candidates, says party suffering from amnesia. It's on page 8. Zamfara PDP chair slumps, dies after delivering speech. It's on page 28. Now, INEC to spend 355 billion naira in 2023 on polls, others, according to commission. With the rider, as Nigeria needs 800 billion yearly for 10 years to fix infrastructure. Federal government incurs 956 billion naira outstanding liabilities on roads, housing, projects as FEC approves 400 billion for contracts and road maintenance. All that could be read on pages 4, 8 and 26 of New Telegraph. Now, Lagos APC remains unbeatable, according to Tinubu, says party stronger than he left it. It's on page 8. 2023, people stealing national resources in name of fuel subsidy. That's Oshomole there. It's on page 3. Okay, take one of...
I'll take the Daily Trust newspaper, Kieran, and then let me just look at some of the headlines on the window page of the Daily Trust newspaper. You are on your own, or your PDP leaders slam Makinde over Tinubu. Now, CBN's Naira redesign triggers panic buying of grains and price hike. The lead story is an exclusive copy according to the paper, and it says, our dialogue with IPOB and other agitators. And that's according to Peter Obi, who is the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. And says, cumulative leadership failure caused agitations. I'm not an Igbo candidate, and I'll use North to develop Nigeria. Details of that story you find on page 4 of the Daily Trust newspaper. Ethiopia and Tigray cease fire as Obasanjo facilitates talks. Federal government to establish 3.5 billion naira space museum in Abuja. Details on page 30. Space museum in Abuja, page 30. 18 foreigners arrested for possessing voters' cards. And EFCC raids Kano Forex market, arrests BDC operators. Those are the headlines from the Daily Trust. Kieran.
Okay, let's just go through leadership newspaper. Not all the stories that we mentioned here, because some of them have also appeared on other dailies. Rivers releases 78 billion naira for projects. That's the River State government. It's on page 7. Now let's go to the lead story on the leadership newspaper. PDP New Generation unveils Youth Campaign Council. 2 months after leadership queries U.S. Embassy yet to speak on Bagoda Kaltho's death. It's on page 4. 4 riders to that refuses to respond to letters, emails by leadership. Ex-U.S. envoy Russell Hunt fingered in Doba Hotel bombing, now elusive. Again, police DSS keep mum over call for investigation. Security threats under control. Presidency reassures Nigerians. It's on page 7. Kabal won't run my government, says Atiku. Okay, let's see one or two that we can.
Yeah, from the Daily Sun also, very quickly, we'll take some of the headlines on the front page of the paper. Daily Sun, the lead story says, Atiku and Tinubu continue personal attacks. The details are inside. Ekwuremadu's camp joins forces with Mba, Enugu PDP governorship candidate. And then the federal government should release Kano now as respect for Mbazuluike. That's according to Iwayan, Uzodima, Kalu, Hakim, and others paid tributes. Court nullifies APC senatorial primary in Plateau. Others PDP to repeat Kano's central senatorial primary. Katsina, kidnappers of 40 children demand 30 million naira ransom. And Forex challenge worsens as dollar scarcity hits banks. Food security, now Senate to complete local machine design institute in Imo. We have details on page 3. Kieran.
Okay. The 30 children that were kidnapped. 39, you know. I mean, it's another aspect of, the insecurity we're talking about. I had thought that Katsina has mellowed down with respect to incessant attacks, we've experienced in the past couple of months. But this time around, 39 children being kidnapped at a farm.
Yeah, this is typical. Yes, this is the typical operating style of kidnappers and bandits. There had been stories about protection racketeering. In other words, before farmers could go to cultivate their farms, they will pay some protection fee to the bandits or to kidnappers, and when they are also harvesting, before they harvest their crops, they also pay some cash.
I thought that happened somewhere in Meduguri.
It also happened in the northwest. It happened even in Niger State. We recall the governor of Niger State. We had a conversation on that on Good Morning Nigeria. Those who refused to pay, their farmlands were raised by the bandits. So it means that these gentlemen are still in operation. That's what it means. Exactly. And the security operatives, should respond to that. Yesterday, Kirian, happily you and I were on set, and we had some conversations around the death of Ifeanyi Adeleke, the 3-year-old son of Davido, the singer. There are some videos that have appeared online indicating how the incident happened. The CCTV footage of that. The police say they are also reviewing that CCTV footage to see whether that was the case. If you recall, our conversation centered essentially around the swimming pool. Now it turns out that the image from the CCTV, assuming that is the correct image of what of footage of what happened, that is not an adult swimming pool. It's an elaborate bathtub that you normally would use for kids, and the baby in that footage had a life boy.
It was not cheated, you know.
Somebody, go ahead, Kieran.
Somebody must have done that. Somebody must have cheated the kid, for him to be there, right? But when the kid started swimming, that person was nowhere to be found, right? So who did that at that point? And how could you have left a 3-year-old boy inside there? Whatever, if you had a safe, whatever, it does not make sense, because the child is a toddler. You don't leave him there for that long. You know, he was swimming, trying to swim, and all of that.
That's also tragedy. I mean, the life boy, you know what a life boy is like? You have a tire, that's rubber, that's a life boy, that's rubber you put around the waist, on his waist, and then it slipped, and of course he lost his balance.
Exactly.
So if you are in a swimming pool, an adult swimming pool, there are usually lifesavers, and if there are no lifesavers around, there will be a warning sign to say, look, no lifesavers on duty. But if you are a minder of a toddler, and as you said, Kieran, the toddler is in the pool, and the child couldn't have stood and then be on his feet.
On his own.
You just, you needed to happen there.
Exactly.
To continually supervise, which also raises a question. It raises a question about the nannies and house help that we hire. It is not just sufficient to say, okay, the baby has a life boy, or the child is okay, the room, XYZ, so the child is on. You leave the child on his own.
The issue of house help has even become a business. There are agents for that. If you want a house help, there are agents, who contract these people to you and what. And the thing is not really, you don't have any back check on who you are, giving someone to live with. You don't have a back check.
We don't have enough. There's no database.
So you don't know the family background of the person you're bringing to your house. You don't know her behavior and all of that, and you just take her in. And in this case, these people are being paid. These are paid by 8 of them in their house. They are being paid. So what are they being paid for if they can't look after a toddler or 3-year-old? I mean,
it just says it doesn't have to be in a pool. It doesn't have to be in a bathtub or otherwise. Just general supervision of children under your care. Don't take things for granted. And it's also important that the parents themselves, drive home the lesson to the toddler, to the house help, to the more particularly to the nanny, and so on and so forth. So look, XYZ, this is what you should do, this is what you shouldn't do. We have seen videos of toddlers who have sometimes been abused.
Seriously.
Abused. They have beaten out of those children. And of course, when the videos surfaced, they got arrested.
And some of those girls that do such things, you ask them, of course, the main madam of the house, her treatment to the house help, also counts. Because it is not justified to do that. But again, when you have to live with somebody, you have to develop antidotes. You have to develop a system of living with that person.
In other words, you have to also treat your house help and you're not
a human being.
Precisely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we call it a day here on Newspaper Review. We thank you for staying with us. Tomorrow we'll be back with another session of Newspaper Review on Good Morning Nigeria. Thank you for staying with us. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll of course be dealing with our topic for today.
The Ministry of Police Affairs under my watch has been instrumental to strengthening the Nigerian police force to tackle challenges in the internal security architecture of the nation. To effectively achieve its mandate to protect lives and property within Nigeria, the Nigerian police have deployed operational intelligence and the ICT-based apparatus to tackle and stem the tide of crime and criminality. Some of these efforts include the maximization of the Force Intelligence Bureau, Intelligence Response Team, and Special Tactical Squads through digitalization of emergency contacts via the NPF Rescue Me application for emergency response at the tap of a button.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
What we face mostly now are flashes of cowardly attacks from the rump of groups that have been routed in one location or the other, moving to another to give the false impression that they are still strong. Our ultimate goal is to eliminate them altogether and restore total and lasting peace over every inch of the Nigerian soil. Sounding tall, we take it home. We are determined to ensure that every inch of the Nigerian soil is safe. That determination is there, the order has been given. But we shall continue to protect the lives and property of Nigerians and foreigners in our midst. We shall continue to work for the peace of the nation and deter elements that constitute threats to the people. We shall bear the full powers of the government to secure every inch of our land. We shall not rest until peace is fully restored to Nigeria.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
The Nigerian Television Authority NTA, in collaboration with Havel Corporate Concept, presents Beyond the Debate, a series for all the 18 presidential candidates in the 2023 general elections to present their manifestos and visions to the Nigerian public as a social contract. Beyond the Debate will broadcast live on the network service of the NTA and stream on YouTube and other social media platforms beginning from 10th November 2022. The publicly signed manifestos by the candidates will be uploaded on this portal, www.summitofpoliticalparties.org. For further inquiries, please contact Dr. Badanga 08033173488. Howard 08033121022.
Everywhere you go, from banks to hospitals to public offices, mass transit stations, airports, and even telecommunication centers, senior citizens are treated as nuisances. They are not. They are senior members of our society, and they deserve the utmost respect. We shouldn't be having our aged fathers and mothers standing in long queues to withdraw their monies at banks. Our retired senior citizens shouldn't be caught standing in buses for lack of seats or chasing after one just to get to their destination. Senior citizens shouldn't have to sit long hours in hospital corridors with no geriatric specialist to attend to them. Our senior citizens deserve better treatment from all of us. They deserve to be listened to. They are deserving of seat reservations on public buses and priority attendance in public spaces. As young people, we are quick to say, no one owes you. This is not true. We owe the elderly members of our society a helping hand, our services, and respect. Age-friendly societies have more senior citizens enjoying good health, living safely, and engaging in meaningful community work than those who do not. Dignifying age-friendly services for senior citizens.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. And we're live from our Abuja headquarters studios. Now, to begin our conversation on the redesign of the Naira and the effect it is having on the exchange rate, let's listen in to the views of some Nigerians on the trending issue. And this is compiled by our correspondent, Garba Muhammad Natala.
To redesign is fine when the economy is buoyant, but for now there's hardship everywhere. So it equally costs to implement such a policy, except they have palliatives for the poor.
Honestly, I'm not really happy about it. The problem on ground, they are not talking. They are not saying anything about it. They are saying about changing the naira. Changing the naira. I don't think there is need for that.
What I take is that return of money at this time, at this crucial time, it is not necessary. Even when we redesign the money, who will get the money most is the politician, and they will use it. Most of them are highly enriched. So when you redesign this money, they have an easy way because they still have power in the government. They have an easy way to combat to collect more money.
Well, in a way that will help to recover a lot of money in the hands of these so-called big men in quotes. But then, like I said, the needful should be done. You know, let's do the needful. Let's start from where it is biting Nigerians. There is hunger everywhere. People are dying daily because they could not pay hospital bill. People will be sick. They cannot go to the hospital. There are better things this government should do now and forget about the Naira.
Since I was born, dollar has remained the way it is. It has not been changed. The most important thing is the strength of your currency. It's not about the color or the design of your currency. Now, let me tell you, the higher denominator in dollar is $100. You have $100, $5, $100. In Nigeria, we keep on saying changing. Does change bring about the increase or the value of an naira? The answer is no.
Well, thank you, Natala, for feeling the pulse of Nigerians on the issue. And joining us now in the studio to do justice to the topic, first I'd like to introduce the Professor of Capital Markets at the Nasarawa State University, KEFI, and President, Capital Market Academics in Nigeria, Professor Uche Owaleke. Thank you.
Thank you, Kieran. Good morning, Nigerian.
We also have from our Benin studio another professor of economics and member CBN Monetary Policy Committee, Professor Mike Obadan. Prof, thanks for waking up with us this morning.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Good. Thank you.
All right. It looks like there's some delay.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. We, of course, Professors Waleke and Mike Obadan are regulars on Good Morning Nigeria. We also have another frequent guests on Good Morning Nigeria, Dr. Tope Fashua. Fashua, of course, is an economist and public affairs analyst. Dr. Fashua, we're glad to have you this morning.
Thank you very much.
And we also have in the house the Director of Currency Operations of the Central Bank of Nigeria. That is Ahmed Bello Umar. Madam Ahmed Umar, we are glad to have you on the program this morning.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here.
All right. And then joining us via Zoom is the President, Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, Dr. Aminu Gwadabe. Dr. Gwadabe, we're glad to have you this morning.
Good morning, sirs.
Well, I'm sure you know the reason why I'm chuckling this morning. But certainly, I mean, it's all guests, with the exception of the Director of Currency Operations of the Central Bank, the regulars on our program, Good Morning Nigeria. Last week, we commenced the conversation on the redesign of three of the banknotes, 200 Naira, 500 Naira, and 1,000 Naira. It's supposed to be a 30-day window, I believe, for all of that to end by the 31st of January 2023. So the countdown has already begun. Now let's come to the Director of Currency Operations of the Central Bank. The reasons for the currency change have been articulated and of course widely discussed. What is the report that the Central Bank at this time is getting from the money banks that are receiving the cash deposits?
Thank you. What we have received so far, based on as at the time of the announcement, we have a baseline report of all the transactions that are there that have been done as at the date of the announcement. And then now we are creating reports to see the deposits that will come into the banks, so that we'll be able to look at the amount of money that is brought in and then the amount of money that will be that would still remain outside. We created reports that will show the redesign notes 200, 500 and 1,000 when we start issuing them. So when we produce, we put them there, and then because we are going to look at the total amount of money that is mobbed up after the exercise, which will be taken out of the currency in circulation. With the CBN came up with waived so many things for the banks. Yesterday I came across one piece of information where some people were saying that I made a statement to the effect that if you open a new account, you can only put 5 million naira. If it's an individual or if it's a corporate account, you only put 50 million naira per month. That is not correct. I did not issue any statement to that effect, and I'm just surprised that people are just playing pranks on themselves. There is no limit. In fact, the governor has announced clearly that the third KYC on account, where your account can only receive certain level of money the deposit into your account, has been waived for now. So people are allowed to bring all their money into their account. It's not that you can't do more than 500,000 or more than 5 million on your account. No limit. So it's not that somebody should not come to you and say, please take my money on my behalf, because my money, my account cannot take. That is not the point. And I never made any statement to the effect that we will use the BBN to trace anything. That's not correct. I don't know where they are getting those figures from, those statements from.
Okay, so there's no limit to the amount of money anybody can deposit in the bank.
Yes.
All right, that brings me to the main objective for redesigning.
Yes.
Because I want to believe that it is a concept, thought out, to be able to effect a change, a positive change in the monetary policy and transaction to respect to forex and what have you. So at this point, I'd like to bring in Professor Obadan, who happens to be a member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the CBN. Can we get further explanation on the objective for this? Because if you have to bring in any amount of money to deposit in the bank, what about the sources of such monies? If there's no limit to the amount of money we bring in, how would we not be able to target those who have perhaps scratched illicit money and what have you?
Well, thank you very much, Kirian. Before I respond to that, let me clear the misconceptions as expressed by most of the background reporters, interviewees. The perspectives that they share on the expected Naira notes seem, not to be born on knowledge. In other words, lack of understanding seem to have been displayed there. They don't seem to understand that there is a linkage between the primary mandate of the Central Bank of Nigeria, which is control of inflation and ensuring monetary stability. And that's why the perspective shared, probably they took the positions they took. The major or primary goal of the new Naira notes is to enable the Central Bank of Nigeria to perform its monetary function better by having a good handle on inflation, which affects everybody. And the second primary goal is to ensure financial inclusion, bring nearly everybody, or if not everybody, into the banking system, which will also make monetary policy much more effective and make Nigerians happier. I think that is the major thing that I want people to understand. What those perspectives suggest is that the Central Bank of Nigeria has a great task to perform, the task of public enlightenment, to show the relationship between its monetary policy function and then the new Naira notes. As I expressed this program last week, the bank is not introducing the new Naira notes at this point in time to inflict pain and hardship on Nigerians. Far from it. Inflation at the moment is creating concerns for everybody, and the bank is implementing several measures that will enable it to have a good handle on inflation. I didn't really quite get the question that Kirian asked. So please just explain it in a way that I can understand.
I was saying that to some Nigerians, especially the interviewees, that we made the reference to, have their own understanding. One is that they believe that by doing this, we're going to checkmate those who have stashed illicit money somewhere. That's number one. Number two is that the exercise, of doing this exchange and what have you, would disrupt a number of things. Businesses, we're into an electionary period and what have you. So I was thinking that if there was an original objective for which this was set up, how do Nigerians understand more of the reason why we should embark on this project, so to speak?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, yes, when the exercise is implemented successfully, the bank expects a large quantity of money that is outside the banking system to be within the banking system. And we are not expecting that when the money outside the system now is brought into the system, that it will be taken out in the form of new Naira notes in equal measure. Not at all. And so the net effect is that there will be more money in the banking system. Yeah, it's possible those who have made illicit money and all that, if they don't want to lose their monies, then they definitely would have to bring such monies into the banking system. And once the money in circulation is known by the central bank and within the banking system, it will be able to use its monetary policy transmission mechanism to effectively control inflation through the growth of money supply. So I think that is the channel, and it will impact positively on Nigerians. Well, like I said, the central bank, must use its machinery to explain to the majority of Nigerians, if not every Nigerians, why this exercise is important and why it has a link with its monetary policy function and why it has a link with the standard of living of Nigerians is through the control of inflation.
All right. Professor Michael Bada, thank you very much there for your response. We'll get back to you in the course of the conversation. We earlier introduced Dr. Aminu Gwadabe, who is the president of the Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria. He's with us via Zoom. Dr. Aminu Gwadabe, straight away, let's take advantage of the clarity of your Zoom connection to pop the question. And that's the principal focus of our conversation around the impact of the announcement of Naira redesign on the exchange rate of the Naira. On the parallel market, the rate has been galloping. And many are accusing Bureau de Change operators of being an avenue for the sabotage of the intended benefits of the Naira redesign. Dr. Gwadabe, your response.
Good morning, sirs, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to at least make clarification on the accusation. First, as an association, a self-regulatory organization, we totally disagreed on the generalization of criminalization and the marketing of the sector continuously. Let's give some statistics and see why, a kind of foundation. It's good to lay foundation to see where we are coming from, where we are, and where we are going. First, in terms of hoarding, what is the currency of preference for Nigerians when it comes to hoarding? It's not even Naira. So I don't even see why all the cries on the Naira redesign. What Nigerians prefer to hoard is not even Naira, it's dollars. At least statistics have indicated that over $10 billion is under Nigerian pillows and under their bed sheet. So having these statistics, and now as a result of a new announcement, and we started blaming a subsector that is even almost comatose, that is going extinct, to be the cause of that problem. I think we as a licensed bureau de change of the Central Bank of Nigeria, we totally disagree on that generalization. Two, let's look at even the evaluation of financial action task force. I'm happy the Central Bank of Nigeria has been able to convince them that there are central bank licensed bureau de change, and there are also ungoverned spaces. Most people have confusion when it comes to identification. The licensed bureau de change put all of us together, we are not more than 6,000. You have over 1 million ungoverned space doing businesses in all the states of Nigeria. So having that statistics, and now there is a kind of leakages, and you decided to accuse even a formalized, a regulated sector. I think we are not de-risking the sector, instead we are demarketing it. So this should be looked into seriously, because it's perception of the country we are looking at. When you are leaving the unregulated, the ungoverned space, and accusing the regulated, that the civilian have the statistics, have the access, the security agencies have their access, have their statistics. So the thinking now should not be demarketing them, but de-risking them for the country's perception. Then let us look at the ratio of even the holding between the bank vault and the public. The statistics are proving that only 15% of the 3.2 trillion Naira is in the banking vault. 85% is outside. Who is holding this 85%? Let's look at the proportion. We have about 40 million Nigerians on bank. We have 30 million Nigerians on the bank. We also have what we call Naira currency trading within the West African countries. So these are quantum of currencies that constitute what we are talking is even outside the banking industry. Then the effect of this redesigning, because of intuitiveness of Nigerians to hold dollars, is not the announcement. That intuitiveness, we can't even understand. The whole dollars is what is reflecting in the parallel market. And why is this so? Even the parallel market that we are talking about, their volume put together is no more than 3%. So there is a lot of scarcity, paucity of liquidity in that sector. So tell me, whereby I have a lot of money in my pocket, a lot of Naira, chasing few dollars, whatever rate, in fact, it's even a seller market. The BDCs or the even ungoverned players are buyers. They are not sellers. It's a seller market. The seller will come to the BDC or on the parallel market operator, and said my dollar is 850. Some will even quote, in fact, I can say the rate in the parallel market is artificial, it is not effective, and it's a bubble.
Okay. Well, all right, Alaji Adinu, whatever. We will return to you for further explanation. So, raise some very pertinent points, with respect to the subsector that you represent. We also have constantly sometimes that the EFCC swooped into some of the offices of the operators, and got them arrested and what have you.
That's right.
Well, that's another aspect of it. Now, let's bring in Professor Uche Owaleke. You've listened to Professor Patton, listened to Aminu Gwadabe, and of course Dr. Bello Omar. Now, put all of what they have said into context with reference to the envisaged profits or benefits, drivable, from the current move by the Central Bank of Nigeria. You are, of course, a forex man. You understand how what it will do to a foreign exchange. Let's hear from you.
Thank you very much, Kieran. Last week I was part of the conversation here, and permit me to reiterate what I said here last week, that when you have a measure like this, you are bound to have winners and losers. You're bound to have pros and cons, and that on balance, when you take it on balance, that it is in the interest of the Nigerian economy that this is done. So I remember I said it's a welcome development. And let me even ride on the statement, the last statement made by Dr. Gwadabe, that what is happening now in the parallel market is a bubble. The price is artificial, and I agree with him, totally. Now you find that following the announcement, because I also think it has to do with that announcement effect. The central bank says if you have Naira, you bring the Naira to the bank. Okay, that with time you'll be given new Naira notes. So of course what that does in people is that you should expect that a lot of people now with this Naira, particularly against the backdrop of the rumor that they're also using that to target those who have made illicit money. So those people now with the Naira would want to, if you permit to use this word, securitize them, repackage the Naira into some other asset classes. And that is why you find that usually when this thing happens, you find the prices of other asset classes going up. Okay, elsewhere where it has happened, you find the price of gold will rise. Even as we speak now, the price of cars will go up, because people with Naira will want to convert them into some other assets. So these reactions, I'm saying, should be expected, but they are in the near term, they are just in the short term. If you take the case of India, a very good example. These things also happened as soon as the demonetization was announced on November 8th. So you find that the parallel market in India also, the price also went up. That's also what we're experiencing here now. And I'm saying that it is so because of just as he said, too much Naira chasing that they have also factored it in. That in the short run, it is bound to happen. The exchange rate in the parallel market is bound to, be on the very high side. Now, what I expect to happen by January 31st or even, beyond that, because mind you, we don't demand money for its own sake. Okay. Now, he has said that people hold dollars, but again, people also hold Naira. There's this viral video of a Naira note that was printed in 2007. I'm not where you saw it. Still in circulation. So that is one evidence, if it is true, that hoarding of Naira, is also taking place. So people are hoarding the Naira while they're also hoarding dollars. But the point I'm making is that we don't demand money for its own sake. We demand money for what it can buy. So the question to ask is, the people demanding this dollar now in the parallel market, why are they demanding dollar? Is it that they want to import anything or they want to travel? They are also demanding to hoard. Now what will happen is by January 31st or beyond then, remember I'm saying they are demanding dollar now to hoard. But again, you can't eat dollar. You're demanding dollar because you want to Naira. So I want to predict that the exchange rate in the parallel market will crash because you can't convert it to Naira, and particularly the central bank follows it up with repeated warning or circular that says that the Naira remains our legal currency. You cannot spend dollar in Nigeria. You cannot price your goods in Nigeria. Just the other day, I think it was in April, Ghana made that announcement that CD was illegal. You shouldn't spend. So if they do that, the central bank does that, and people know that it will be difficult for them to go and reconvert it to Naira. So it will now be pointless trying to say you are holding dollars, because as I said, you cannot demand dollars except you intend to spend it, and if you're spending it in Nigeria, you have to reconvert it to Naira.
All right, Professor Waluke, thank you very much. Topper, we've kept you on hold for a while. Of course, we've not had your comments, at least on Good Morning Nigeria, on the redesign of the Naira. I know that would be a natural takeoff point. So link that up to the very instructive comment made by Dr. Aminu Gwadabi, that what we are seeing in terms of the volatility, if you may, on the parallel market, the exchange rate is artificial, and it's also a bubble. The question then would be, when we get to that level, would be, how do you deal with a bubble? We know a bubble on the capital market, and that, of course, is there. So, Dr., let's have your
Thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley. And so, the word bubble in financial market was first used by Jonathan Swift in 1720. That's the author of Gulliver's Travels. You see, and he spoke about bubble in relation to the South Sea. As at that time, the English people, they thought they could capture South America. They didn't know that Spain was there already. And so what they did, like they came to Africa, when the stock exchange was developing, it was actually in bars. So people will put money on it and say, wow, we're going to South Sea. The pirates were the ones going there, so they will loot, and when they come back to England, it was a lot of money to be made. However, that was a bubble, because by the time they reached there, with a charter from the Queen, the King of England, they found out that Spain had already taken over. So South Sea crashed. What they call the South Sea Company crashed. And so I actually absolutely love that term that Dr. Gwadabe has used this morning, and I want to use it to reassure myself, because again, as it pertains to Nigeria's exchange rate, people have always played that bubble. And in fact, I probably will say that the divergence between the official rate of 440 and the current 800 and whatever is actually a bubble, and it has always been increasing. And however, there are several issues that are thrown up. I would ride on what Professor Badan said, that look, this is actually one of the ideas behind the redesign of the currency, is actually to tackle inflation, because if there's so much money out of central bank control, how then do they rein in inflation? If there's so much money chasing feel good, that is inflation. We're on 20.8 or thereabouts now, which is not good enough. However, the inflation is also an international phenomenon as we're speaking. In all the nations of Europe and all of that, even up to America, they're looking at 50-year highs. However, it's not only that, there's an operational issue. The operational aspect is that also the central bank, as the money issuing authority, from time to time has to call in the currency and redesign, because currency technology is improving. And so you cannot sit in one place and say that what you have pushed out will just be there forever. I mean, a lot of Nigerians have been sounding off on this, and you wonder whether, as Francis Fukuyama said in the turn of the century, which he was wrong about, that it was the end of history. It is not the end of history for Nigeria's currency. We are here today, we're going to be gone tomorrow. Those who will come, nobody knows what kind of currency they will be spending. It has to keep changing. And that's where the history of currency comes in Nigeria, our currency management. 1959, we had the currency issued by the Federation of Nigeria. 1963, when we became a republic, it was changed to a currency issued by the Federal Republic of Nigeria. 1968, during the war, they said there was abuse of the currency. They changed the currency again. 1973, we changed to the Naira. 1977, we bought the Murtala to commemorate Murtala Muhammad. 1978, they created the 1 Naira, 5 Naira, 10 Naira notes, different colors. 1984, Buhari came and changed all the... You can see the regularity. By 1991, they brought the 50 Naira and also created some coins. In 1991, 1999, they created the 100 Naira. 2000, they created 200 Naira. 2001, they created 500 Naira. 2005, they created 1,000 Naira. And Soludo also brought in some coins which were not successful. But there was some reorganization of the... However, since 2005, we've gone to sleep in currency management, noting the fact that we also have huge problems with counterfeiting. There was a guy in 2019 who was caught in Banana Island, of all places, trying to print 20 billion Naira and push it into circulation. The case is still on in DSS. People can Google it. There was another guy in Ikorodu, and all over every state in this country, every state capital, they have caught people who are trying to counterfeit or who have been counterfeiting money. So you cannot just go to sleep. We should not expect the central bank to go to sleep. Currency management is one of the key functions of the central bank. In some other countries, a different organization does the printing of currency, but you have to, of course, link up with the central bank of that. However, so it's one of the functions. We cannot expect them not to perform that function from an operational perspective, and this is what they're doing since 2005, 17 years on. We should actually be asking them, why has this not happened before? And given all of the problems we have operationally, risk management wise, counterfeiting wise, perhaps we should even do this more often. And of course, we have seen not only 2007, mint money of 2003 coming out now, mint currency, not to talk of dirty currency in their currency. Sorry, we changed this money 18 months ago. Inside COVID. So when people talk about it's not the right time, nobody said that currency changing or changing the design of the currency is going to solve all our monetary policy problems. That is not the promise. Nobody said it will happen like that. When is ever going to be the right time? In fact, I have it that in 2014 the central bank tried to change the currency, but politically it wasn't going to fly. 2019 politically is not going to fly. Maybe now the president sees that, look, I'm on my way out, I have nothing to lose. Why not if not, from an operational perspective? So it's something we need to do more often. We've even seen scenarios where Nigerians are forging currencies in Uganda. Anybody can actually Google it. You see Nigerians caught forging currencies in Uganda, different kind of currency. Now, currency forgery is an international affair, but currency technology is improving. And like I said before, Ethiopia has changed currency that I know. Egypt has changed currency. UK has changed all their currencies. 50 pound, 20 pound, 10 pound, 5 pound, all polymer now. And in fact, you see that the world has also stopped spending cash. In a place like the UK, you would hardly find 100 pounds on anybody carrying 100 pounds to the shop. You would hardly see cash. Everybody is just tapping in these days, which is part of what the central bank wants to do as well, I believe. And you know, I will close by saying that the behavioral aspect, what pushes Nigerians to want to move against their currency? This is back to what the central bank must really educate people on. Your currency is your representation. I may have said it on this platform before. You know, when they say that according to Joseph Stalin, which was repeated by Margaret Thatcher in 1980 when she was talking to some British businessmen, he said, to destroy a country, the first thing you do is to debauch its currency. To destroy a country, the first thing you do is to debauch his currency. When Russia waged the war against Ukraine, what did Joe Biden said when they started imposing sanctions on Russia? He said the ruble will soon become rubble. Which tells you that, you know, decimating the currency of a country is a war against the currency. So if people decide that is the best idea now, and I like the fact that we also can foresee that by the end of this operation, January 31, CBN will also do one or two things. That rate will crash. If, for example, we don't slush the environment with cash, and it's so difficult for you to even feed, but you have dollars at home, and you go to the malam say, listen, sorry, there's nothing I can do. I don't even have Naira cash. You will have to say, okay, look, just give me anything you can. You will reduce your rate. And however, I also believe that the black market has become so normalized in Nigeria.
Parallel.
Yes, sir.
Not black market. Not black.
I don't know what they mean by parallel. Okay, let me tell you why.
Black. No, forget black.
We are black people. Okay, I understand you. Okay, but let me tell you why this distinction is very important, sir. You see, when you call something, call it parallel market, you know, let us not escape to become normalized. When you call something a black market, for example, or call it a parallel market, it is actually an underworld market. A friend of mine went to Kenya, for a training. He wanted to change some $100 or thereabout. Someone told him, no, you can, on Jomo Kenyatta Avenue, you can just go around the corner, there's some guys there. He brought out the money and somebody raised an alarm. Hey, what are you trying to do? Now, Kenya is a very strict place. I was on that same Jomo Kenyatta. I couldn't take a photograph on the street. Under 2 minutes, a policeman accosted me and ensured I deleted the picture. I said, which kind of country is this? So the black market has become so normalized. It's so easy to see them. And so because of the ease of exchange, they are actually outcompeting the central bank and the banks and the BDCs. The BDCs should not ordinarily be trading in parallel rates, or call it whatever, black market. Let me not use the word black. Yeah. Black is beautiful. We are not talking about
because there's no white market.
Yeah. So, but that is back to the central bank. This is what they need to do. And I tell you what, this is an opportunity for us to actually, decimate that market. That's why people blame central bank. They say central bank is not. They say they don't reckon with black market. Central banks anywhere in the world cannot ever reckon with black market. It's not to encourage them or normalize them or bring them to the dinner table. What you do is to decimate it so that people will be afraid of going to the black market. And when you go to those markets,
you keep saying this stock by you make points.
Thank you very much. But when you go there, whatever you see is what you get. But I think that over time, what the central bank is challenging itself to say that, look, whatever legitimate transactions that people want to do, they'll be able to do it through the official means of our banks and the BDCs cooperating together with the central bank. I believe, let me end it at that. There's still so much more to say.
Yes, but the important thing here is that the BDCs are also licensed to operate, and they need a space to be able to do that reasonably, perhaps according to the monetary policy in place. You mentioned the operational issues. Currency technology, which has improved tremendously. I just hope that the improvement in currency technology will not make it easy for the Yahoo boy to be able to print their own currency because it is technology. Of course, it is open. Whatever is science or whatever is scientifically proven is ubiquitous in terms, because what happens here scientifically happens in America. If it's not so, then it's not scientific. From what I understand. Now I want to go to the central bank man, Malam Ahmad Bello Omar. Was the plan of this redesign shrouded in some kind of secrecy? I'm asking this question because I believe that the nexus, between monetary policy and fiscal policy, and those in charge of fiscal policy in the country were not prior, to this plan and what have you. Now, in the implementation aspect of it, would you expect any fiscal policy initiative to see how this monetary policy can be adequately implemented? As a matter of fact, I'm asking from a layman's point of view.
Okay, I know there have been some issues about the fact that some people are not aware of the fact that we are going to redesign. Sometimes information is shared on a need to use or need to do basis. The CBN Act clearly specifies the job of CBN under Section 2, that is the core mandate of the bank, and Section 18 and 19 specifies if you want to change the design, form, and structure of your currency, how you go about it. It's clearly spelled out in the CBN Act. So what CBN did was basically to follow the legal procedure by seeking and obtaining the approval of the president, just like the governor of the central bank has reiterated. And then we had it because we feel there are some objectives behind it. So it's not that you just get involved, that there are news that you don't share with everybody. It's like the Security Council. You won't know what they discuss. If you are talking about what the police intend to do, they won't come and tell you in public. But we feel that there is sufficient opportunity that exists, which we are exploring. We have several committees between the monetary and fiscal authorities that we leverage on for us to be able to pass such information. Besides, at least the permanent secretary, Federal Ministry of Finance, is a member of the CBN board, and we believe that whatever we are doing is for the interest of Nigeria. It's not about taking the glory or the shine from anybody. So we expect a lot of cooperation from many of the players in the space, and then we are having a lot of interagency relationships with people that will make the whole exercise successful. I just want to, I feel by the time we work it around all the agencies involved, the desired result will be achieved. The intention of the redesign exercise is not to mop up and replace the entire amount. That we are not removing 2.7323 trillion out of circulation only for us to issue the same quantity of Naira out. No. What we are doing is that we are going to ride on it and then come up with other policies that will support the adoption, further adoption of electronic payment and the cashless policy. That will be the opportunity for us to roll the cashless policy nationwide, because that will be a better position. So somebody should not expect that when he takes 100 million Naira and we will give him a brand new set of 100 million Naira. Just to clarify what Karen was saying at the beginning about the fact that we say everybody is free to bring his money. We are conscious of the fact that a lot of people, unless, just like the president reiterated in his interview, that unless you have something to hide, 90 days is enough window for you to change your money. And if it's your money, why are you afraid to bring the money to the bank? So the KYC, before they receive the money for you, you must have a valid KYC, a VBN, to identify you.
Tell our viewers, explain KYC. I don't know your customer, but tell our viewers.
When you want to open an account, even if you don't have an existing account, you can walk into any branch of the bank and ask them that you want to open a new account. All they want to do is to have something that they can truly identify you. The bank verification number, which the bank will do, and now maybe they will take your name, maybe your house address, utility bill, and so on. If you are a corporate, you have certificate of registration, you have all the other documents that will be requested, tax registration and so on. Once you have those ones and your money is legit, why are you afraid of putting the money? You are free to bring your money, because people are saying, oh, we want to do it so that people cannot change their money, that they will lose it. No, we don't want anybody to lose his money. That's why we are saying, if it is your money, bring it. If you refuse to bring it, then you have your own other reason that you don't want to tell us why you are not bringing it.
It means you are prepared to lose it.
Yeah. And sincerely, at the end of the exercise, we may not see 100% of that money that we anticipate will come back. Some may not have the lever to bring it, some may not want to bring it, some may not be available to bring it. So, because if you are seeing mint news of 2003, which is 15 years, 2007, 2003, 500 and 200 that I saw mint issued by a bank just this week. I'm surprised what people have in their this thing.
No, but should that be surprising? Let's be realistic. Because sometimes of the state of the banknotes, some persons will prefer to have mint, and you just keep it for keepsake. Let me just have it. These notes are these notes are brand new, and to the extent that they are still legal tender, you like to have them. But now that the policy has been announced, they're bringing it depends, of course, on the quantity.
Yes.
If the quantity will break a bullion van, then that's a different consideration. But I would like you to also comment on some of the videos that have gone viral. I'm sure you have seen some of them.
Yes.
Dr. Fashwa, a moment ago, talked about people sun-drying Naira, to where they are bringing them from damp locations, XYZ. There's also the video of what we call a trailer, usually an articulated truck. Yeah. They said these are mutilated. Those say, look, see the moment Nigerians are wicked. Are they? What is the reality?
Well, I've seen videos. I've seen several videos that are trending now. One that is that we need to first of all notice the fact that there is one that is saying that we are doing 2,000 and 5,000 Naira. Please, the general public should know that it's false, it's fake news. We are not doing any new denomination over and above the 1,000 Naira. So people should, we have put some advert outside on our handle that if you see anybody with that 2,000 Naira or 5,000 Naira in circulation, you should inform the security agencies nearest you. Pertaining to the trailer, I think it was the waste that was being circulated that somebody mixed with other cartons and so on. We have made effort to verify it, and we're expecting them to tell us what it is. But it's not actually live money. They are wastes that because CBI has a system of when we break it, we get people who recycle it. The polymer we give people in the plastic companies to produce pellets. If it is paper, we get people to put it back to use in the form of books or any other thing that is not harmful to human being. But what happened in that case was that where they stored it, there was a rainfall and the place was damaged and they were conveying it. But what those people saw was not really live money. Okay. And because if you look at the video, it's just, but you know, the man was swearing that he is money. I don't think so.
All right.
I've seen another one too, where somebody was spreading money and they were saying he has to do it. I don't know. Okay. We'll be very happy if we can locate such people.
All right. Thank you. Let's return to Professor Obadan once more before we take a short break. But Professor Obadan, you had earlier told us that this exercise is part of policies put in place by CBN to check inflation in the country. And of course, Professor Dr. Tobe Faswa also amplified that with his explanations. Now, some other nations, which Professor Dr. Tobe talked about, changed their currencies and what have you. But those nations still have issues with inflation. Even UK, India, Ethiopia, even America. You know, inflation is still biting in those well organized economies, if you like. Now, how will this Nigerian situation, how will the current exercise affect Nigerian situation positively with respect to curbing inflation, at least to bring it down, you know, to a single digit?
Thank you very much, Kirian. What we must understand and know is that inflation derives from several factors. There is something we call in economics monetary inflation. That is inflation which derives from too much money in circulation, so much quantity of money in circulation in relation to the availability of goods and services. Besides that aspect, there are other crucial factors too that are non-monetary, and such factors would include, for instance, the issue of imported inflation, domestic factors like the impact of insecurity in food producing areas of the country, on inflation due to shortages of food and related products. And in this case, the money supply over the past 4, 5, 6 years has been trending upwards in relation to the quantity of goods and services available. And so, central bank uses monetary policy to control, money supply, achieve optimal money supply growth, so as to check, inflation. So in this case, the expectation is not that once the new Naira notes are introduced and plenty of money from outside the banking system is now within the banking system, that once the bank is able to use its monetary policy instruments, monetary policy rate or discount rate, cash reserves, and other tightening measures, that will eliminate all the drivers of inflation. No, but it will contribute significantly to factor out that phenomenon of expanding money supply. So inflation definitely will reduce. We also expect then that, things that the fiscal authority need to do to, check inflation would also be done. So I want to assure that the impression is not being given that, once the new Naira notes are in place, the quantities of money outside are now within the banking system, and that once a tightening monetary policy stance is implemented, that it will eliminate imported inflation. It may not be so. It may not eliminate food inflation, but the impact on inflation will be good in terms of reducing it. The monetary angle of inflation will be factored out. So,
all right, Professor Michael Badot, thank you very much there for your explanation. And gentlemen, we have to take a short break now. When we return, we continue with the conversation.
We are all Nigerians. Against all odds, we shall and must remain united. We may have our challenges, our problems, and setbacks. However, together we shall overcome them all. What doesn't break us shall make us stronger. This is the mindset that shall bring peace, progress, and prosperity to our beloved country. Do not let tribal and religious sentiments govern how you think, act, or feel. Don't be influenced by those who want to destroy our precious national unity. Everybody who's a Nigerian is your brother and your sister. This is the mindset of the new Nigeria. It is also the mindset that we must all adopt. Let us support each other in creating the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
The Ministry of Police Affairs under my watch has been instrumental to strengthening the Nigerian police force to tackle challenges in the internal security architecture of the nation. To effectively achieve its mandate to protect lives and property within Nigeria, the Nigerian police have deployed operational intelligence and the ICT-based apparatus to tackle and stem the tide of crime and criminality. Some of these efforts include the maximization of the Force Intelligence Bureau, Intelligence Response Team, and Special Tactical Squads, through digitalization of emergency contacts via the NPF Rescue Me application for emergency response at the top of a button.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask Still, be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Finally, the hero of Nigeria's democracy has arrived. He shall usher us into a new phase of development, peace, and prosperity. He is the father of the new Nigeria, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Welcome to another season of giving Nigerians hope yet again. We are sure of a great future for both ourselves and generations yet unborn. We look forward to your leading us as a nation into our manifest destiny. Though the challenges against us as a people are many, we know that your leadership shall set us on the right path to our greatness. A new dawn beckons on us all, and having you as our president is a precursor to this. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
You're still watching Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. All our 5 guests are still with us. I want to return to Dr. Aminu Gwadabe, President of Bureau de Change Operators. Dr. Gwadabe, of course, part of the explanation you gave triggered quite some interesting reactions also from the other guests. You have said that what we are saying now in terms of the oscillations on the parallel exchange rate, what we are saying there is a bubble, it's artificial. Fine, but you also made a distinction between the regulated subsector of the forex market, namely the Bureau de Change Operators, and what you described as those who operate in the ungoverned spaces. And then the argument was made to say, look, how do you then decimate or dramatically reduce the influence of the operators in the ungoverned space against the backdrop of what we know, namely that some of those in the ungoverned space of the forex market, in the informal forex market, have presumably linkages with even the Bureau de Change Operators. Some of them, they will say, well, let's go to our office, or we are going to our office, wait for me inside your car, I'm going to our office. That office will be the air-conditioned Bureau de Change Operators. And the rates amongst Bureau de Change Operators and those in the ungoverned spaces, the rates are uniform. So how then do you shift them? How then do you deal with one without affecting the other? And what will be your prescription, for instance, in dealing with the elements in the ungoverned space? Dr.
Thank you very much for this question. It's about solution now we are talking about. On our part, as an association, we have submitted proposal. One's on reforms, self-reforms of even the license bureau de change. We quite appreciate the challenge of the central bank in terms of our numbers for supervision and monitoring. So there are proposals sent to the central bank on how we can reform even the operation of the bureau de change. Two, why even the ungoverned space are more energetic than the licensed one is the opportunity. The licensed bureau de change business model is purely a cash business model framework, whereby they are not on payment space. A bureau de change is not allowed to do inbound and outbound. So, and in other clients, you can go to a bureau de change office and say, I want to send $1,000 upkeep for my son. Here, we are not allowed to do it. So, these are some of the challenges that even make us weaker when we are competing with the ungoverned space. And like I've said, we have put reforms. First is to address even the lingering paucity in the retail end sector. Where the pressure is the retail end sector. For instance, even if you look at the inward proceeds, the inward proceeds are supposed to be collected from the bank, if possible, bring it to either the BDC or an ungoverned operator. And right now, even in the banking industry, you go looking for $400, $1,000. Some of the banks will tell you even only have $5,000 in the entire bank vault. So there is scarcity at the retail end. And the reason for bringing in the bureau de change into the foreign exchange window is to meet the critical retail end. I'm happy Dr. Fatoshe has also advocated that there is the need for collaboration between the banks, between the bureau de change and the Central Bank of Nigeria. We are ready, we are willing to support the policies of the Central Bank of Nigeria and to ensure that there is liquidity. Yes, there is this fear that even if you provide liquidity, maybe the same money that we are afraid to bring in will come through the bureau de change. We have a structure, we have a system, we have a guideline whereby we have threshold of transaction. If a BDC is empowered, definitely it will even help the transmission mechanism of the central bank policy, because we are part of the transmission mechanism of central bank policy like the Central Bank of Nigeria. And two, for those that are afraid to bring their own Naira into the banking vault, I want us to borrow what is being done by other countries in terms of repatriation. What is it? If your country want to repatriate at least maybe stolen money abroad, the first thing they come with is forgiveness. See, within these 3 months, if there is anybody that brings this money, he is forgiven. It's time too simplistic. But that is also the way that you can be sure of getting this money. But once there is this fear that we are going to, investigate, we are going to do that, that we put pressure on the already scarce foreign exchange that we have in the open market. Then thirdly, it's not all about condemnation like I've started from the beginning. Even if we look at this on government operators, had 1 out of 5 Nigeria have one thing or the other to do with is being these on government operators. That is the fact. They are Nigerians, they contribute to the economy, but the only aspect is that they are not within the central bank purview, and that will also provide how we can digitalize them. It's about technology. For instance, we are talking of eNaira. How many Nigerians are onboarded on the eNaira? Not more than 1 million people. Even the other electronic payment, they are still far way off. So we need to, yes, embrace technology, even their own operation. Like I said, we have put proposals on how we can have a holistic market. There must be a holistic market. They have given example of Kenya where you cannot go and operate underground. It's a crime. Clamping down on government operators is not peculiar to Nigeria. We have seen it in Egypt. We have seen it in Ghana. The foreign exchange of any country is its oxygen. So the Central Bank of Nigeria cannot fold its arms and be looking at the abuses. So there must be, and any policy you bring today, the implication of it might not come today, it might come in 1 year, 2 years. So there is a need for collaboration for all stakeholders. Like I said, we are willing to cooperate, and the revisiting of the suspension of our operation at this point is germane, is key, because the market is dry. And when there is dryness, when there is shortage of supply, the tendency is not a rocket science. It's an economic theory. Definitely when demand is higher than the supply, and there are people willing, able to buy it at any rate, then.
All right, thank you indeed. I can see the enthusiasm and of course the energy in you. Professor Waleke, is that sense in what Aminu Gwalebe is talking about with respect to the operationalization policy of the central bank with respect to the BDCs? Are they really making their desired impact in the system? He has already given us examples of what happens elsewhere. All right, so should there be further giving a space to operate in the monetary policy of the country? Would that help the nation, from what he has alluded this morning?
I think we have heard from him. He has said that they are an important channel in the central bank transmission mechanism. Yes, I support that BDCs should exist. My worry with BDCs of late is their number, their share size, and you also alluded to that. And because of their share size, over 6,000, supervision on the part of the central bank becomes pretty difficult.
But who issue the licenses?
Yes, of course, it's the central bank, and that's primarily why in most clients, what you find is that BDCs are more or less on their own. They look for their forex. They don't depend on the central bank, to fund them. But that's an aside. I want to say that I want to believe that the central bank, has studied the experiences of some other countries that have gone through this part of redesigning. Talking about Australia, Ghana, Zimbabwe, Russia, and even India. And if you look at those experiences, for me, I already know what to expect, even beyond January. Because in the case of India, even provided a hint, the central bank at some point, began to place limits. Okay, he has said it's not everything that will come in that will be replenished. So central bank, the Reserve Bank of India, placed limits on withdrawals, okay, including from ATM.
Cash withdrawals.
Cash withdrawals.
Not limits on your transaction. That's right.
No.
In other words, if you want to spend by cashless, you can spend.
Yes, because
it's important for Nigerians to get that.
Yes, cash withdrawals.
Yes.
So at that point, they also began to emphasize the cashless thing. So as I said, on balance, there are merits, and that's also why you find that the European Central Bank, in spite of the fact that their currency, the euro, is relatively stable, European Central Bank have just announced that it is going to redesign its currency by 2024. So if currency redesign doesn't have any merit, the European Central Bank wouldn't be thinking of doing that. And permit me to,
should the operational horizon of the BDCs be allowed, in your understanding?
Of course, they attend to the retail segment of the market. The central bank should continue to support them in whatever way, but not to the point of, as I said, becoming the major source of forex, to them.
In the market. Professor Wale, you know the way we operate.
Yes.
We're getting pressed for time. So I'd like Dr. Tokwe Fashua to also weigh in here. I'm going to put two issues on the table for you to quickly deal with, and of course the Director of Currency Supervision of the Central Bank may also weigh in. One, the proposal to attenuate the influence of ungoverned operators, as Gwadabe said, very rightly so. How do you reduce their influence? They are rendering a service, but their service is also dysfunctional. How do you reduce their influence? That's one. Secondly, the conversation we are having here would appear to be very sweet to the ears of those in urban areas. 774 local government areas. Do all of the banks have branches in all of the 774 local government areas? Those who are in rural locations and have money, the transaction cost of going to deposit your money in a local government far away from you, and then you coming back and they'll say no, you will not be able to access it, some of the literacy levels and so on and so forth. How do we factor this in all of this? As I said, this for urban dwellers, our conversation this morning is sweet to the ears. But then we also have that on bank segment. Whatever we're rolling out the figures, there are tens of millions.
Thank you very much. And in fact, let me start with the second one to say that you see, Nigeria has one of the most developed financial market industries in the world. Sometimes I worry that the financial market is moving too way ahead of the real sector. There are many things that are possible in Nigeria that are not possible in the UK, even in the US. We send money by USSD. We you send on your phone or your laptop. Different ways of sending money and all of that. So much ease, you see. But they've tried. And even down to those local areas, banking has reached there. Apart from the fact that our banks are still looking for customers, this is a great opportunity for them. Those who are looking for deposit, this is a great opportunity for them. We have microfinance banks still in operation. We have finance houses licensed by the same CBN. All of them. This is a great opportunity for them. I was in Sapele about 2-3 weeks ago. And I was shocked by the number of POS people on the road. And everywhere you are going, there was a POS man who could disburse cash to you.
Sapele is a town.
Well, it's a town. I know. I mean, even when you go there off Sapele and to other places, you know, I mean, it was my first time in Sapele. Fantastic place, actually, with a lot of colonial relic there, you know, colonial houses and so on.
You know, AT&P was there. You know, African
exactly, and plywood was one of there. That's massive. You know, yes. So to a large extent, I think that the financial structure we have now, we'll be able to. This is not 1984. People may not be as stranded as possible as people you know, are projecting. And of course, within 30 days, even someone in the local areas, you know, given the fact that the banks and microfinance will also push to try and see how much money they can rake in and mop up, those ones will always make it down to change their money. And then I want to emphasize the operational aspect. You know, they say follow the money. No matter what is going on in society, if you want to trace and be sure of what's going on, follow the money. So part of the idea of redesigning the currency is also to be able to follow the money. Imagine the kind of drug busts that under Naira the NDLA has been doing. There's a certain person in Lagos, some people, $236 million worth of whether cocaine or heroin, I don't know what it was.
They went into billions.
That's a world record bust, really. And we've been having so many of those things. Those monies don't go into banks. So that tells you the volume, the quantum of money that could be outside in circulation and all of that. So regarding the bureau de change and the so-called ungoverned spaces.
Ungoverned operators.
Number one, we have about 6,000 licensed bureau de change, which is a big misnomer. It's unheard of. I did some research on this. I found out that in the UK they have 145. By the time I did that research about a few years ago, 145 BDCs with branches all over the place. Okay, I tried to do in the US, there are even fewer. But in the city of New York, which is a hub, it's a tourist hub, I found 45 in New York. Now, the idea behind bureau de change is to drive tourism. Nigeria is not particularly a tourism country. There's a lot more tourism going on in Kenya, in Uganda, in South Africa, in Egypt, you know, than in Nigeria. But so what my proposal, and you know, the so-called ungoverned spaces are those ones that are not licensed but are also operating. They must be criminalized fully. Well, we don't want to see them on the road.
The irony of it is that they're also working with the licensed bureau.
No. So I think the problem is the ubiquity. The problem is the ubiquity. Right. Let me just very important. It's very important. In 2 seconds. It's the ubiquity of it, the ease with which people can change money. Okay, in the UAE they have 130 bureau de change. So I'm proposing for the BDCs. The central bank should consolidate them. If the central bank can consolidate banks, how much more BDC? We don't need more than 100 in this country. But if you see the operation, it's a very profitable business. Fee-based income. They don't lend money to anybody, and they can do better than they're doing right now. But everything must be documented when you deal with them.
Already
documentation
have been licensed, and there's nothing you can do about it. You cannot de-license them.
They can.
All right. Okay.
Can somebody issue the license?
You can revoke. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming here this morning. Professor of Capital Market, Professor Uche Waleke. Thank you indeed, as always. Professor Obadan, member TBM Monetary Policy Committee. We also appreciate you being here this morning with us. Of course, via Benin. We're appreciative of that. Okay. And again, we had Malam Ahmed Bello Omar, Director Currency Operations CBN. We thank you indeed. And of course, Aminu Gwalebe, Elijah Aminu Gwalebe, he's of course president of the Association of Bureau de Change Operators in Nigeria. Thank you. All right. And of course, the last person to speak on this show today, Dr. Tokbe Faswa. We also appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, that's it for us on Good Morning Nigeria today. Look after yourselves. See you again tomorrow, same time, 7 o'clock in the morning. I don't want to raise the fact whether Kylian watched some of the great matches that were played last night on the Champions League. Defending champions, Real Madrid.
I watched Rangers yesterday. I didn't watch
which Rangers International of the Flying Antelopes?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Oh, fantastic. That's great. All right, see you tomorrow. I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
I am Kylian. We might see you again later.
latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
Everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, VoTV channel 91, Preview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk. App for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Issues in the sports sector remain one of the most debated among Nigerians due to the passion, followership, government from government's impact on Nigeria's external image and our national life in the sports parliament. The NTA offers Nigerians deep views on issues with experts in the sports sector, offering in-depth analysis, insight, and vital insights towards elevating Nigerian sports to the zenith of the sports parliament. Sports Parliament, a unique platform for sports discussions, showing live on the NTA. Keep a date with parliamentarians. Who else have it?
Information is power. Everyone wants power. To feel powerful with the NTA News Model app, the one-stop information center, real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the new reporting, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links in the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News Model app. Your access to real-time information.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International. Your window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to the Nigerian Navy today. I am Jibrin Baba Ndachi. In addition to its constitutional roles of deterring aggression and defending the country from internal insurrection and external attacks, Armed Forces of Nigeria has added the responsibility of aiding civil authorities in times of emergencies such as flood and other natural or human disasters. The year 2022 is a year of national emergencies where many states in Nigeria were ravaged by flood. And for months, many Nigerians lost everything, their loved ones, homes, places of worship, and more. In line with its mandate and the need to deepen civil-military relations, the Nigerian Navy, as the lead service in the maritime domain, deploy its men and assets in support of civil authorities to ameliorate suffering and cushion effects of flood disaster on the affected communities. This episode will focus on this and other regular segment of the program. Please stay with us.
The Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Zubairu Gambo, on Wednesday, 26 October 2022, was in Akwa Ibom State on a duty tour. Vice Admiral Zubairu Gambo, flanked by some senior naval officers, paid a courtesy visit on the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, His Excellency Governor Udom Emmanuel, at the Akwa Ibom State Government House, Uyo. Receiving the Chief of the Naval Staff and his team, Governor Udom Emmanuel expressed satisfaction with the efforts of the Nigerian Navy and the state government's readiness to partner with the Nigerian Navy. In the spirit of collaboration, Governor Udom Emmanuel consented to the Chief of the Naval Staff's proposal for the expansion of the existing Nigerian Navy School at Ikot Ntwen. He also granted an approval that a Navy Girls College be established in the state. Vice Admiral Zubairu Gambo, while commending the state government for the warm reception accorded him, described his visit to the state as a homecoming, having served the state as the Chief Security Officer to the then military administrator from 4th August 1997 to 4th September 1998. He commended the cordial relationship maintained over the years between the state government and the Nigerian Navy. Following directives by the Akwa Ibom State Governor, the Chief of the Naval Staff was taken on a facility tour of a special school built by the state government in Akwa Obiom Ona Local Government Council for consideration as a site for the proposed Navy Girls College. Vice Admiral Zubairu Gambo, in company of the Akwa Ibom State Commissioner for Education, Mrs. Indongesid Etiebet, along with GMD Navy Holdings Company, Rear Admiral S.S. Lassa, Flag Officer Commanding Eastern Naval Command, Rear Admiral I.A. Deu, Commander NNS Jubilee Commodore S.G. Olubide Fazas, and others on a visit to inspect the Nigerian Navy Military School, Ikot Ntwen, Oruk, Anam Local Government Area on 27 October 2022. On same day, the Chief of the Naval Staff was on a visit to NNS Jubilee, where he commissioned some projects of the Nigerian Navy. After the traditional military inspection of the quarter guard, the Navy Chief proceeded to the site of the projects within the Nigerian Navy facility for commissioning. Still on the 27th October 2022, Vice Admiral Zubairu Gambo was at Rusal Aluminium Smelting Company of Nigeria, Alston, in Ikot Abasi, Akwa Ibom State. The visit was to seek synergy with the company in areas that will benefit both parties and for national development. Flooding has become a major hazard in Nigeria in recent years due to a growing population, rapid urbanization, and extreme weather conditions. It is estimated that Nigeria suffered combined losses of more than $16.9 billion in damaged properties, oil production, agricultural and other losses due to flood events in 2012 alone. Increased flood events coupled with a lack of coping capacity and high levels of vulnerability of the people have continued to put many lives and properties at risk. Consequently, the country is facing another occurrence of flood disaster in different states, which has necessitated several efforts towards managing the situation. On 26 October 2022, the federal government revealed that 1,427,370 persons have been internally displaced, approximately 2,776 persons injured, while 612 persons have lost their lives due to the devastating effects of the floods across the country. As at 24th October 2022, about 3,219,780 persons were reportedly affected by floods this year. Also, 181,600 houses were partially damaged, and another 123,807 houses totally damaged. In addition, 176,852 hectares of farmlands were partially damaged, while 392,399 hectares of farmlands have been totally damaged. The states affected include Abia, Adamawa, Delta, Anambra, Bayelsa, Ekiti, Enugu, FCT, Imo, Jigawa, among others. Bayelsa appears to be one of the worst affected states in the year's flood, as about 7 out of the 8 local government areas in the state are submerged in water. 300 communities and villages have been totally or partially submerged in water. Efforts has been made by federal government, state governments, armed forces, other security agencies towards providing relief materials for flood victims across the country, in addition to its constitutional roles of deterring aggression and defending the country from internal insurrection and external attacks. Armed Forces of Nigeria has added responsibility of aiding civil authority in terms of emergencies such as flood and other national, natural or human disasters. In line with this mandate of military aid to civil authority, NACA, the Nigerian Army, Nigerian Navy, and Nigerian Air Force have played central roles in ameliorating the suffering and cushioning effect of flood disaster on the affected communities across Nigeria. In line with the global best practices and the need to deepen civil-military relations, the Nigerian Navy, as the lead service in the maritime domain, has deployed human and material resources in support of civil authority in flood-ravaged areas, based on the strategic directive of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Alazbo Gambo, for the deployment of men and materials to bring to barest minimum hardship experienced by the people. Flag Officer Central Naval Command, Rear Admiral E.D. Abbas, left no stone unturned to ensure the operation is carried out. Hence, the Commander NNS Soro, Commodore S.D. Atakba, Commander NNS Pathfinder, Commodore S.D. Ibrahim, and Commander NNS Lugard, Commodore K.T. Odubanjo, led from the front and mobilized their men and assets in support of stranded Nigerians. Hence, full deployment of its men and assets, Nigerian Navy has been providing security and humanitarian support to affected communities in the South geopolitical zone. Nigerian Navy said its commands have been providing various services and relief materials to victims of flood disasters across the country, including medicals, to ease their pains. The Director of Information, Naval Headquarters, Commodore Adedotun Olukayode Ayovon, in a statement said the Nigerian Navy has been carrying out humanitarian activities through some of its bases and units, especially within the riverine communities. Specifically, he said the Nigerian Navy ship NNS Soro, a naval base in Bayelsa, has deployed its personnel and assets, including boats and trucks, to provide ferry services and continuously rescue stranded travelers on the flood-ravaged east-west road linking Bayelsa, Rivers, and Delta states, especially around the Okubo, Ihuke, Ahuada axis of the road. Also, Nigerian Navy personnel of NNS Pathfinder in Rivers State, in response to the national emergency, engaged in transporting stranded commuters to and from their ends of the east-west road, particularly at the fringes of Patani, using Nigerian Navy boats and other assets. Additionally, in order to secure unsuspecting Nigerians from being taken advantage of, the Nigerian Navy personnel deployed to this operation have dismantled barricades erected by some youths to attack, harass, and extort money from travelers plying the road. Similarly, the Central Naval Command (CNC) of the Nigerian Navy also donated food and humanitarian supplies to victims in Agudama community in Yanagwa local government area. The donation was done by Rear Admiral Idi Abbas, the flag officer commanding FOC of the CNC. The FOC said the donation is part of the Navy's statutory responsibility to care, support, and sympathize with host communities in their trying times. He said the Central Naval Command would also render free medical service to them because most of them will be sick. In the same vein, Nigerian Navy ship Lugard also provided humanitarian efforts to flood-displaced victims in Lokoja on 6 October 2022. The beneficiaries were originally domiciled in Onumaye in Kogi State, but due to flood were relocated to a makeshift camp in Okumi, which is a few meters away from NNS Lugard. The palliatives provided include rice, semovita, cartons of indomie, and spaghetti, vegetable oil, potable water, among others. There is no doubt that the various timely interventions of the Nigerian Navy, which has been ongoing since the ravaging floods started early October 2022, brought succor to the people and led to saving of lives, providing medical care, boosting businesses, and securing the citizens in the area. Public Advisory on the Fake News and Recruitment of Direct Short Service Commission (DSSC). The attention of the Nigerian Navy has been drawn to a trending online sale of Direct Short Service Commission (DSSC) form for recruitment into the Nigerian Navy. For avoidance of doubt, the Nigerian Navy does not sell forms for recruitment, and there is no ongoing Direct Short Service Commission enlistment. Hence, the public is hereby warned to disregard and ignore anyone claiming to be an agent of the Nigerian Navy selling forms. The public is hereby urged to report such person or persons to facilitate their arrest.
The public is also advised to follow the Nigerian Navy official platforms and website for regular and authentic updates on the Navy and its activities, including recruitment and enlistment exercises. The Nigerian Navy verified website is www.navy.mil.ng. Social media handles include Facebook at Nigerian Navy HQ, Instagram Nigerian Navy HQ, and Twitter at Nigerian Navy. The Nigerian Navy Officers' Wives Association (NOAA) over the years has transformed from what used to be a small tea group of Navy officers' wives to what is today an internationally recognized and impactful association. The NOAA, under the purposeful leadership of its current national president and wife of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Zubairu Gambo, Hajia Nana Aisha Gambo, is witnessing several milestones. For instance, in June this year, the association flagged off and commenced the construction of 15 billion naira, 200 bed capacity Smart Women and Children Hospital in Abuja, to complement and support the efforts of the Nigerian Navy and the government to improve in the health needs of women and children within Abuja and environs. And on 26th October 2022, history was again made when NOAA, under the leadership of Hajia Nana Aisha Gambo, in partnership with Request Oil and Gas Limited, commenced yet another legacy project. This time, the construction of a magnificent international shopping mall in Borokiri, Port Harcourt, Rivers State. The foundation laying ceremony had the presence of her dear husband, a Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Zubairu Gambo, to show support for the association. And to perform the foundation laying of the project was a special guest of honor, former NOAA National President, Mrs. Margaret Koshoni. The project will be financed by an indigenous oil and gas firm, Request Oil and Gas Limited. According to NOAA National President Hajia Nana Aisha Gambo, this business to thrive in the state to bequeath the present and unborn generation with sustainable and quality enterprise by the association. Giving a breakdown, constructed on a 3.67 hectares, about 36,750 square meters of land, when completed, will accommodate 1,000 lock-up shops, 16 warehouses, a clinic, a jetty, an abattoir, and other facilities. Speaking, the special guest of honor and former NOAA National President, Mrs. Margaret Koshoni, said, the project underscores capital development. The project, according to NOAA, is expected to be completed in 18 months. For Hajia Nana Aisha Gambo, NOAA, under her leadership, will continue to strive towards improving the welfare of members, Navy personnel, and the entire society in every way possible through enhanced welfare packages and developmental initiatives and projects that will outlive her stewardship of the Navy Officers' Wives Association and will be remembered by generations to come.
The strategic directive of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awozuberu Gambo, for strategic and operational commanders to proactively deploy men and assets in this time of national emergency has no doubt brought succor to affected communities in the flood-ravaged areas. Until next week, when we shall come your way again, please remember that securing Nigerian maritime space is a collective responsibility of all stakeholders. I am Jibrin Baba Ndachi. Onward together.
Nigeria is Africa's most populous nation, with cultural and media influence throughout the entire continent. But it's facing a conservation crisis. Its wildlife and national parks are highly endangered by poaching and illegal logging. It's the epicenter of the illegal trade in ivory and pangolin scales, with tons of products representing thousands of animals seized in recent times by customs. It has strong demand for illegal bushmeat that endangers animals and risks introduction of zoonotic disease. But Nigeria could be a conservation leader. With Lagos leading the way, Nigeria is updating its wildlife legislation. It's improving its wildlife law enforcement, and it's revolutionizing its public awareness. WildAid and its Nigerian partners are launching the largest ever conservation awareness program in Africa to drastically increase coverage of wildlife issues. Working with government agencies, working with the media, working with prominent Nigerian ambassadors. Report suspicious activity and wildlife crime to promote Nigeria's national parks, to promote wildlife law enforcement, to raise awareness of the dangers of illegal bushmeat, and to promote alternatives. Nigeria can go from crisis to becoming a leader in conservation.
So let's do the right thing. Tell your family and friends to say no to illegal bushmeat.
Keep them wild, keep them wild. Keep them wild, keep us safe, and keep us safe.
Issues in the sports sector remain one of the most debated among Nigerians due to the passion, followership, government involvement's impact on Nigeria's external image and our national life in the sports parliament. The NTA offers Nigerians deep views on issues and experts in the sports sector, offering in-depth analysis, insight, inside the fight towards elevating Nigerian sports to the zenith of the sports parliament.
It's a mustard seed. Then nurture it, water it, grow it into that tree in your rainforest.
And she already stands in front of you and must listen to the picture.
In our society.
There are certain things you take that is good for you at the same time. There's the bad side.
Yeah. Federal government reviews effects of a flood in Nigeria as dry season kicks in the northern states of the country. Oil prices fall and stocks are affected by Federal Reserve's interest rate hike. These and more will be coming your way on Business Express on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA, and we're reaching you live from Abuja, the nation's capital. I am Leah Katumba Batunde. You're welcome. Oh, well, we begin our program this morning, of course, going straight to Lagos to look at issues around the capital market and how the stock exchange has fared in the coming months, and in the previous months. Now, weeks back, there's been a pattern that has not been favorable to investors as profit taking continues to characterize the market, drawing down the stock exchange's all share index. Some days are up, but most of the days are down. That will be a focus this morning, and Paul Ubo joins me all the way from the commercial nerve center of the country. Mr. Paul, good morning. It's nice to have you on Business Express. Can you hear me? Well, it seems we're having some technical issues there, so we'll take a break and then, of course, see how we can re-establish contact with Paul. Well, of course, some days these issues keep creeping in, but then I would like to inform you that the Central Bank of Nigeria Yes, the Central Bank of Nigeria says a total of 8 billion naira consisting of over 700,000 transactions has passed through the eNaira platform since its launch last year. Musa Abubakar reports that the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele stated these at the flag-off of the bank's executive policy seminar in Abuja.
With over 2.5 million daily visits to the eNaira website and over 700,000 transactions recorded amounting to about 8 billion naira, the central bank digital currency is set to be gaining acceptance.
The bank is primed to reach lofty heights in the adoption and integration of the digital currency in collaboration with the federal government and other relevant stakeholders as we continue to unlock new phases and possibilities in the facilitation of a reduction in cash processing costs and an efficient payment ecosystem in Nigeria.
CBN executives here at the 2022 annual seminar are prioritizing digitalization of money and monetary policy to build on success of the eNaira. This is by taking advantage of gains such as enhancing tax collection, social welfare transfers, and provision of benefits that will enhance the goal of cashless policy in Nigeria.
Central banks and financial sector regulators are increasingly providing the enabling environment for fintech and financial institutions to thrive. Recent efforts by central banks have been focused on expanding payment system infrastructure, catalyzing interoperability, and facilitating faster retail payments.
The gains of digitalization, utilizing money for the growth and development of the nation's economy are enormous and have the capability to streamline our current financial status.
Like in the past, the seminar is expected to provide significant inputs and policy options to address emerging monetary and financial challenges confronting the country. In Abuja, I am Musa Abubakar.
Thank you, Musa. Underfunding the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation may undermine federal government's efforts in fighting corruption. This was the view of House of Representatives Committee on Public Accounts during the Budget Defense session with the Auditor General. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports.
The Office of the Auditor General of the Federation has the constitutional mandate of monitoring the income and expenditure of ministries, departments, and agencies of government, a task that is similar to one of the legislators. Perhaps that explains why they feel funds allocated to the office are meager.
The budget 2023 proposal, 2,518 proposed. Then the budget office is giving an envelope of 62,701,529.
Why would you allocate several billions to auxiliary institutions and you are giving 62 million naira to the Office of Auditor General of the Federation? They are understaffed, they are undermined, they cannot conduct performance audits.
The committee has invited Minister of Finance, the Budget Office, and Accountant General of the Federation for explanation. The House Committee on Healthcare Services continued its budget defense engagements with the National Health Insurance Authority.
Our current primary healthcare system, the workers, the healthcare workers, have no capacity to manage the amount of funds that is going into the system.
The health insurer says 2023 budget has provisions to capture more Nigerians from the informal sector under the scheme.
The fund should be at least 1% of consolidated revenue fund, and that's why in our review, because we have seen the impact and since we're trying to get him better, we are recommending at least 2%, just like you make.
The committee emphasized that more health centers be provided to ease accessibility of services for Nigerians in remote locations. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali.
Thank you, Lami. The equities market reversed Tuesday losses to close Wednesday trading session on a bullish note. Now the all-share index, of course, increased by 1.23% to close at 44,283.02 points. Total turnover of 155.407 million units of securities worth 1.5 billion in 3,709 financial services industry-led activity chart. And so, to get... Good morning, Mr. Paul.
Yeah, good morning.
Great. And how is Lagos this morning? Also sunny at this end, and of course the technology is not being friendly this time, but hopefully we get to coast safely. And I want to start by asking you your take on the performance of October, the market, how it performed in the month of October.
In our market that last weeks, very last week of September, there was a policy rate adjustment in Nigeria with the central bank increasing the monetary policy rate from 10% to 15.5%. That
do you have me?
No.
I'm afraid we will need to go off and then return to Mr. Paul again, because the network connection is giving us some real problems this morning. One of those days, you might say, but let's go to the global market where Neka Oko is having some details for us.
Stocks in Asia dropped on Thursday after the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell signaled further hikes ahead after raising rates by 75 basis points as expected. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index fell 3.01%, leading losses in the wider Asia-Pacific trading session. The Shanghai Composite lost 0.18%, while Japanese markets were closed for a holiday. U.S. stock futures were up early Thursday morning after a volatile session following the event. S&P 500 advanced 0.13% and the Nasdaq 100 climbed 0.2%. Stocks in Europe are heading for a negative open as global markets react to yet another rate hike from the U.S. Federal Reserve. Analysts had widely expected a 75 basis point hike from the Federal Reserve, marking its fourth increase in a row as it seeks to battle rampant inflation. However, African stocks, though open, are yet to post numbers this morning.
Thank you, Neka. And Well, there will always be a way. Technology has made life that easy for us. So we return to Lagos, and Paul Uzom is still hanging in there. Thank you so much for hanging it there, and perhaps we can continue from where we got yanked off. Your recap of last month's performance.
Okay. Last month, the market lost about 10.5%. The fall in the market was attributable to changing macroeconomic circumstances. Central Bank has increased interest rates by 150 basis points from 14% to 15.5%. And you had, from international things, you had interest rate hike, rising interest rates from US, which is causing reverse flow of foreign portfolio investment from all emerging markets back to the US. So you're having a lot of sell pressure in the market. Notably, last month we saw Airtel Africa falling from 2,000 Naira per share to 1,205 Naira, which is a 36% drop. That fall in Airtel Africa, as well as the fall in price of capital cement and Tesla, which are the market most capitalized stock, which are part of the market most capitalized stock, led to the market falling as much as 10.5% for last month. Though at the tail end of the month, that last week, we started seeing results coming from the company, that's the third quarter results, which showed us those few companies, that the number of companies that have shown resilience despite the tough economic climate, notably from the banking sector, which has shown positive growth despite the tough economic times. And for companies in industrial goods, like notably Bank Cement, Lafarge, then consumer goods stocks like Guinness, Nigerian breweries did not show impressive results. So we expect those the results that came out in Q3 to feed into market performance in the months to come. Then speak on the month of October, while I said the Nigerian market lost 10.5%, I think that sentiment, the losses in the market, was shared across several African countries. It's not just Nigeria alone. We have several African countries which are emerging markets having sell-off as well. So it's not unique to Nigeria.
Okay, while it's not unique to Nigeria, 10.5%, has it happened before?
Well, it happened on same things like it happened before, but in our case, I think it's unique. You attribute it to just three heavy capitalized stocks. Airtel Africa lost 36%. Airtel Africa represents about 16% of the market weight. So the Nigerian stock market capitalization weight for the market. So when you have a stock like that, and it's the most capitalized stock, once you have a stock like that having a heavy sell-off or a sharp fall in price of about third of the price, you expect that that will impact on the general market index. And again, why are we having it across Africa, across most emerging markets? Is because we're operating a globalized market. We have a lot of investors who are doing a lot of offshore investment. Most of these offshore investors are in US, and now that interest rate is moving in US, most of them are withdrawing, cutting back their foreign portfolio flows that are outside in emerging markets and other markets of the world. So what you are saying is that they are selling off their assets and trying to repatriate funds.
Do you see this trend continuing throughout this year?
Yes, there are a lot of apart from that interest rate. As interest rate is rising in US, the Fed just increased rates just yesterday to 3.75 to 4%, and that is making all central banks all over the world to react to this. In Nigeria, for instance, we have increased significantly this year. We're having other monetary policy meeting at the last week of this year. So this increase in rate has created a new asset class, made in fixed income investment very, very attractive And in this circumstances, most investors will be comparing and saying, what equities will give you that related to the level of return of 40% return of 50%. And at the market, in the market at the moment, the today's Unit Bank can guarantee trust bank that has dividend yield that matches that. So because that's what's happening in the second phase, we expect that investors will just only migrate to only those securities that have capacity to match the rising yields in the fixed income. So going towards the end of the year, there are a lot of factors that will be at play. One, what will central bank do in the next monetary policy meeting? Will they increase rates further? Will we see SFP 1 year TD rate rising beyond where we are seeing, what we are seeing to that moment? We are having a pre-election year, which is about 4 months for the presidential election. Typically, on pre-election years in Nigeria are not too good for the market. If you go back to 2014 years, just a year just before the election, it's not never been too good. Though this year, even despite the loss we recorded last month, our market is still positive. But we recorded about 3% gain year to date. That's what the market has done, which is still better than what we see in many markets globally, especially in African markets, which many of which are taking serious this year.
Okay, Ahmed Sincerely, thank you for making our time to speak with us this morning. I've been speaking with Paul Uzum, equity trader, Planet Capital Limited, all the way from Lagos, the Commercial Nerve Center of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so we move to the export industry, where the Nigerian Export Promotion Council (NEPC) is resolving to increase imports of non-oil produce in the country, and to that end it is meeting with state actors to ensure the promotion and development of grassroots non-oil export across states of the Federation. Comfort Amadou brings us that report.
Nigeria's non-oil export performance has been on the onward movement within the last year, all thanks to the sustained efforts of the federal government to diversify the nation's economy through the Nigerian Export Promotion Council Export for Survival program for an inclusive and sustained economy. One state, one product program is the latest strategy the NEPC has designed to expand and develop non-oil export at the grassroots level. This meeting between the NEPC and Council for the chairman and secretaries of the State Committee on Export Promotion is to ensure the implementation of the one state, one product at the grassroots.
What we are saying is that a state may have maybe 5, 10, 20, 30 products, but we concentrate on one for maximum impact or maximum benefit.
The state actors are aligning with the NEPC's agenda for each state of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory, focusing on at least one product to develop for export.
We are working on rice, onions, mostly perishable items actually we are working, and we have the markets, and we are promoting some crops, especially tomato, to be exported.
The NEPC is also in synergy with the National Orientation Agency to strengthen non-oil export at the grassroots. In Abuja, Comfort Amadou.
Thank you, Comfort, and we move straight to our Surviving COVID-19 series.
Surviving COVID-19 series is brought to you in partnership with the Central Bank of Nigeria.
My name is Mohammed Oyani. I'm a fashion designer. I've been a graduate starting from Benin City since 1997 before I moved from there to Abuja. Through the COVID, the business is down. Because all my customers, they cannot, I'm living in Suleja. From Suleja to that side, as lockdown, my business is just closed down. Till now, we are still struggling to put it in order, which is the main thing. We need financial assistance. Because all those people that are supplying me, like from Monisha, because I always buy from them from Onisha on credit, so that I'll be paying them when the market is okay. But see that COVID-19, when the market down, I can't meet up again. So the business is just to survive. We are on it now. No, not like that before. But let's say we have a good neighbor, which is a civil servant who assists us. Because that time, a businessman that will stay up to 3 months indoor, he start moving out. He can't get anything. And some of my customers who get mercy of God, when I call them, shall see how the situation be. I civil servant. Some send 5,000, some 7,000, just to support. That my neighbor that has civil servant, whenever we receive, he gather us and give us something, so that to put our children in order. I had it, we applied, but we didn't get it. If I can get it, my business will move more than as I am now. Because the business I am getting to over 30 years, it's not a new thing for me to expand more. But the problem is financials. You learn, let's say, I really down because I really pray that situation will not come up again. That's only that will be prayer I have, because that thing I see a lot. But since I was born, that's my first time I experienced hardship.
Surviving COVID-19 series is brought to you in partnership with the Central Bank of Nigeria.
We move to the currency market, of course, to see how the Naira is faring against other major currencies globally. Of course, it was a very, very turbulent ride, but here we've coasted to safe terrain, and we've come to the end of this episode of Business Express. Remember to keep in touch with us, so do send in your comments, observations, and suggestions. Also be informed that all previous episodes are available on YouTube on the NTA's channel. You can also communicate with us via various social media handles. Business Express returns tomorrow at 3 p.m. My name is Leah Katumbala Tunde, saying have a blessed day and God bless Nigeria.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV Channel 251, GoTV Channel 91, Preview UK Channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk. Apple, iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world. Information is power. Everyone wants power. The feel powerful with the NTA News Mobile app, the one-stop information center, real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the new report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, real access, real-time information.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and thanks for joining us on the news at 10 on NTA News 24. We are live in Abuja, the nation's capital. I am Elizabeth Omori. I look at the headlines. Federal Executive Council approves repair of flood-impacted roads. Minister of Information describes as grossly inadequate budgetary provisions for the ministry. 2023 general elections to go without 18 billion naira as INEC presents spending plan to National Assembly. Federal High Court's move to constitute a special task force of judges on pre-election cases applauded. The federal government wants repair works to commence on roads affected by the recent flooding as it approves memos for the award of contracts by the Ministry of Works and Housing. The Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development also got approval to stop bird flu from causing havoc in the country, as the ministry assures there won't be any serious food shortage as a result of flooding. Over now to State House correspondent Judicial for more on resolutions from the Federal Executive Council's meeting.
Minister of Works and Housing Babatunde Fashola presented some memos that indicate the federal government
was for the a variation order for the East-West Road Project sections 1 to 4 from Warri to Port Harcourt, Eket Oron, including Oron Eket bypass, in the sum of 260 billion, thereby increasing the total contract sum for the outstanding sections 1 to 4 of the East-West Road projects from the sum of formerly of 246 billion now to 506 billion.
The minister also got approval for the award of contract for the urgent repairs and general special maintenance of a few roads nationwide.
Finally, the Minister for Works and Housing also got approval for the award of contract for the dualization and reconstruction of the Kano Kwana
Ganja Adija Road.
There is the roaring sound of the arrival of bird flu in the country, and the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development speaks on the preparation of government to arrest it before it causes much damage.
The objective here is to make sure we have a robust preparedness plan that in case of any additional outbreak, even currently, you know, we have sporadic, periodic outbreaks, again, that is plaguing the industry, which is why we have to upgrade to make sure we are always ready to move on.
The Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation presented a memo to the Council in respect of public-private partnership brought by one of its agencies, the National Space Research and Development Agency. Minister Olorunibe Mamora explains this.
The memo is essentially to secure partnership on the upgrade, equipping, operating and marketing of Space Museum and Planetarium.
The cost of the project is about 3.5 billion naira, and it's at no cost to the government. The minister says it will last for about 15 years.
The policy has as its core the building of a business model into our sports development.
It's a new dawn in the sporting world, and the Youth and Sports Development Minister, Sunday Dare, says sport is now a serious business in addition to recreation.
Today, that policy 2022 to 2026 was presented to Council, and the Federal Executive Council has approved the National Sports Industry Policy 2022 to 2026.
A minute silence was observed by council members in honor of the country's first Minister of Aviation, Mbazulike Amechi, who died in the morning hours of Tuesday, the 1st of November 2022, at the age of 93 in the State House. Jide Onifade, NTA News.
Elsewhere, Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, has described as grossly inadequate the budgetary provisions for the ministry, considering the enormous task before it. It was at the budget defense session of the House of Representatives where he solicited improved funding to enable the ministry perform optimally. National Assembly correspondent Vivian Idepefo reports.
The year 2023 holds a special place in history for Nigeria with the general elections and population census. These activities, the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, says, require all the support for adequate information dissemination to get all citizens on board.
But Mr. Chairman, what has happened to me did not spare my parastatals either. The NTA, we had 1.97 billion capital project last year. Mr. Chairman, this year they have only 457 million. Success of Ministry of Information is determined by their own various successes.
He describes as urgent the assignment of tackling the rising wave of fake news, disinformation and misinformation, as well as hate speech and propaganda, which threaten the peace and stability of the nation.
We're forgetting the fact that our contribution, deeply understanding between the government and the government, ensuring that disinformation is tackled every day, cannot be quantified. Mr. Chairman, so only last week, the United States of America issued a security alert, unverified, and we all know how we had to battle to save not just the stability but even our economy from it.
We want the nation to see the information as one of the security agencies that are supposed to be funding the way they fund the security agencies, because information is power.
For the NTA, which proposed 2023 capital expenditure is down by 73% from the previous figure of 2022. The Director General Salihu Abdul Hamid Dembas says it is time to redouble efforts at internally generated revenue.
Well, in fact, if we can generate much more than that, we'll be very happy to do that, and we are putting all machineries in motion to make sure that we achieve that soon.
For over how many years now, you've been planning to move to your new site? You say, this small amount here, will it be enough for you to complete the new site?
It is highly inadequate. But just like the chairman did mention that we should redouble our efforts to see how we can improve on our RGL, because we have already gone far on that project. And I want to believe that by the time you come for your oversight. You will appreciate what is on ground.
The committee is expected to verify the state of the NTA permanent site during an oversight visit. From the National Assembly, Vivian Idepefo, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the Joint National Assembly Committee on Aviation is considering bringing back the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency to the national budget to make it safer. National Assembly correspondent Mobolaji Moribiri reports that this was during the committee's oversight to the agency.
This is a fact-finding mission to Nigerian Airspace Management Agency to appraise its activities. The outcome seems positive as many successes have been recorded in the year under review, but then funding is said to be a major constraint.
9 sites of very safety-critical equipment covering the entire Nigeria and overlapping even to neighboring countries. It is a massive equipment, but it's over 10 years and requires upgrade. So we count on the support of these distinguished honorable to assist the agency to sustain this safety critical equipment.
We're also grateful that we discovered early enough that you had been taken off the federal government budget, and we're going to struggle to ensure that we put you back there.
The committee also visited the Accident Investigation Bureau, where it was briefed on revenue sources for the country.
Money has always been a challenge. We have to come up with innovation, think out of the box. How can we actually generate income for AIB and for the nation as well? So we came up with the idea of the training school, where it's the first of its kind in the history of Nigeria.
We are also glad that you are looking towards sectors that, other things that will upgrade the robust, the ambition of the agency. We have talked about the school.
The legislators also inspected the agency's training school project in Abuja. Mobolaji Moribiri, NTA News.
The House Committee on Foreign Affairs says it will not consider the 2023 appropriations of the ministry until the ministry and its missions comply with resolutions of the House. Chairman of the committee, Yusuf Buba Yakub, stated this when Minister of Foreign Affairs Jeffrey Onyama appeared before it to defend the 2023 appropriations. National Assembly correspondent Dayo Mushala reports.
Issues of alleged infractions by some missions under the ministry overshadowed the session, thus forcing the committee to suspend the consideration of the 2023 appropriations for the ministry.
I remember the Speaker of the House of Representatives invited the Minister and his team to discuss this issue. That was before the amendment. But even after the amendment of the Act, the ministry still wrote or sent telex to the missions directing them not to obey that Act.
That the ministry is in no way trying to flout the laws of the land and to appropriate to itself any powers that it doesn't have. And we have here evidence of directives that we have given to the various commissions.
Meanwhile, Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, who again appeared before the Senate Committee on Works, requested for an upward review of the ministry's budgetary allocations for it to sustain the ongoing infrastructural drive.
We have constructed 8,352 kilometers of roads. We have undertaken 1,663,954 linear meters of lane marking.
We really have to do something. I assure you that we will listen to the leadership of the National Assembly and do the needful.
Other agencies under the ministry are expected to appear in due course. From the National Assembly, Dayo Gunshola, NTA News.
You're watching the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Up ahead. 2023 general elections to out about 18 billion naira. As final presents spending plan to National Assembly. Details when we return. Thanks for staying with us. The Independent National Electoral Commission is to spend 17.9 billion naira on the provisions and coordination of core electoral activities and electoral capital projects in 2023. This is contained in the Commission's 2023 budget document submitted to the Senate Committee on INEC. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Nkwo reports on this and other budget defense sessions at the Senate.
Usually, the visit of the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission to the National Assembly a few months to a general election is anticipatory. Having submitted a 13-page 2022 budget performance report and 15 pages containing the 2023 proposals, the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, was waiting to do the presentation, but after the opening speech by the committee chairman, Professor Mahmood was asked to take a bow and leave.
The chairman and his team should bow and go, and that if there is anything we need to, additional information we require, we may let you know between tomorrow or any other day before we pass the budget. Thank you, and then I...
Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, defended 45 billion naira 2023 budget of the Ministry of Housing, which he said would focus on the completion of ongoing projects, especially the national housing projects.
As far as building is concerned, some states, as I've alluded to, have still to resolve the issue of title and land. They relate largely to compensation in some cases, but we are working with them, and let me say for the record, we have their fullest cooperation.
I'm particularly impressed with the completion of at least 4 out of the 6 secretariats, because that has been a major issue with ministries and parastatals, federal ministers and parastatals at the state level.
The Senate Committee on Federal Character scrutinized the 2023 budgets of the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation and the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, KURU.
We make provision for officers that will be promoted by next year, and the ones that are also due for retirement. These are all personnel related issues. So that is why there is that increase in the overhead the pastel provision. When I go there, I asked what research project is about. I said, this place is supposed to be research. There's only 32 million for research. I said, this is a joke. Many colleagues here have commended you for your efforts, and I want to join them to commend you for your efforts, and I want you to keep up the spirit.
The executive chairman of the Federal Character Commission, Dr. Muhib Adan Kaka, also defended the Commission's 2023 budget of 3.7 billion naira with request for improved funding from the National Assembly. Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
The Osun Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Osogbo has admitted another set of documentary evidence as exhibits tendered by counsel to the petitioner Adeboyega Oyetola and APC Yomi Aliu SAN against the victory of Ademola Adeleke and PDP in the July 16 governorship election in the state. Wasiu Ralph has details.
Apart from the 3 local governments initially tendered at the first schedule of documentary evidence, the tribunal has admitted in evidence and marked as exhibits another set of documentary evidence allegedly not in compliance with Electoral Act 2022 in 4 local government areas of Osun State in the second schedule as tendered by counsel to Adeboyega Oyetola and APC Yomi Aliu SAN. The documents admitted includes forms EC8As, which are results of the election for 10 wards in Egbedore, 11 wards in Ejigbo, 10 wards in Ilesha West, and 11 wards in the Erekpodun local government areas of the state. Respondent counsel for Adeleke, Niyi Owolade, PDP Nathaniel Oke, SAN, and INEC Olakunle Fakunle, we jointly perused the list of documentary evidence before the counsel to Adeboyega Oyetola and APC Yomi Aliu SAN applied to tender the documentary evidence as listed on the schedule. However, objected to admissibility of the documentary evidence, noted that the reasons for objection will be highlighted in their final written addresses. So far, 7 documentary evidence out of 10 listed in the schedule have been tendered as tribunal adjourned for the hearing till Thursday, 3rd November 2022. In Osogbo, Wasiu of NTA News.
The move by the Federal High Court of Nigeria to constitute a special task force of judges to hear and determine all pre-election cases filed before it within 4 weeks has been described as a welcome development. Guests on Nigeria Today say it is necessary to designate a team of judges following the large volume of pre-election cases that have flooded the court, as this move will accelerate justice for individuals, political parties and their candidates who seek speedy hearing of their cases before the 2023 general elections. They, however, advised aggrieved persons to also seek available alternative conflict resolution mechanisms.
The need to dispense justice, particularly when it comes to this pre-election matter. We should bear in mind that it is one of the fallout of the new innovation of the Electoral Act, that I'm talking of Section 84, subsection 14, where the Federal High Court has been given exclusive jurisdiction to entertain and determine a pre-election matter.
When you don't do the right thing at that level of party primaries, or you screen out people unnecessarily, then they will have no choice but to go to court. But let them avail themselves of electoral alternative dispute resolution, and maybe we should call up retired justices who have not soiled themselves, because some of them, don't forget, were forced to retire based on allegation, corruption, allegation against them. So we should also be selective, even if we are going to draw from the bank of retired justices.
Okay. The Agro-Commodities Directorate of the 2023 Tinubu-Shettima Presidential Campaign Council has promised to mobilize Nigerian farmers to deliver 25 million votes for the APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In view of this, various mobilization committees have been put in place for the task ahead. Salu Guanara reports.
This is not the first time farmers who constitute a reasonable number of the voting population in Nigeria are taking a position on their choice of a presidential candidate. Leaders representing various farmers groups are at the Tinubu-Shettima Presidential Campaign Office to reaffirm their commitment and fine-tune strategies.
As we are all aware, the largest voting population in Nigeria are farmers who live predominantly in rural Nigeria. The goal of this directorate is to devise means to reach these farmers through the various farm groups, community associations, and the cooperatives.
The international communities have recognized that agriculture in Nigeria has changed for better for Nigerians.
Stakeholders described farmers as critical in nation building and commended their desire towards sustaining APC leadership beyond 2023. In Abuja, Salu Guanara, NTA News.
Unity, security and robust education will take the front burner from 2023 if Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso is elected Nigeria's president. Unveiling his blueprint in Abuja, the new Nigeria People's Party presidential candidate promised to turn global attention to Nigeria through robust economic policies. David Aye reports.
With Kwankwaso at the driver's seat, insecurity will be tackled through massive recruitment of 2 million youths into the police and other security agencies. All the major forests in Nigeria where terrorists and bandits are hiding shall be converted to viable agricultural zones with massive drive for industrialization to boost job creation. The former governor of Kano State has also promised to make all external examinations into tertiary institutions free, with JAMB results to be valid for 4 years.
Our government is not going to be the rigid type of government. We will listen to Nigerians because we believe at the end of the day, it is only Nigerians that can vote for president to be on seat.
The party sees this document as the solution to Nigeria's problem when implemented.
He has the interest of Nigeria in terms of security, economy, education, healthcare, and everything.
Very deep in his religion, but you cannot tell the difference. He allows the Christians, the much time I've been with him, have their time, those who are working directly with him.
An 11-member intervention committee shall be set for full implementation of the policy document tagged "My Pledges to You." In Abuja, David Ire, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, says he enjoys working with like minds to salvage the nation from its present challenges. He said this when he paid a visit to Governor Samuel Ortom of Benue State in Makurdi. Charles Abba reports.
The Labour Party frontrunner, Peter Obi, stated that prior to the courtesy call on Governor Samuel Ortom, he had been to the palaces of the paramount ruler of the chief nation, His Royal Majesty Professor James Ayase, and that of the Idoma nation, His Royal Majesty Eliku John Odobo, to pay homage to them. He further said that, having arrived the state, it would be out of place if he failed to visit the governor. The presidential faithful described the governor as a peace-loving man who has sacrificed his comfort for the protection of his people and commitment to the betterment of the nation.
Look at him caring about discipline, IDP, about his children, about anything. He can just walk away and say, cannot do his business. But he's caring about them, and that's what we want. We want a Nigeria that will show the same patriotism by caring about people and everything.
Governor Samuel Ortom reiterated his high regards to Peter Obi, describing him as a man with leadership capacity.
It's not easy. I think this is the first time the presidential candidate is visiting our two paramount rulers and taking time to pay homage to me as the governor of Benue State. We appreciate and commend you for this gesture.
The Labour Party presidential candidate had been in Benue State to identify with flood victims recently. In Makurdi, Charles Abba, NTA News.
The current trend in global economy, climate change, and the Ukrainian conflict all present opportunities for closer ties among developing economies, especially in refocusing attention on trade and energy access for the benefit of the people. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo stated this when he received in audience the Nigerian-born Secretary General of the D8 organization, Ambassador Isiaka Imam. Speaking on the need for closer ties among developing countries such as those in the D8, the Vice President said this is a very important time for member countries to really focus on critical issues on trade and energy. Nigeria offers great prospect for expanding trade among the D8 members. Vice President Osinbajo explains and urges members to look at how to use Nigeria as a point to take off from and some kind of entryways into the African free trade zones. On Nigeria's advocacy for a just transition to net zero, the Vice President urged the D8 to join in the campaign, explaining that the advocacy in the area of energy access is an important consideration in the whole campaign towards net zero, and says it is possible for the D8 to take it up because all the countries are faced with more or less the same sort of challenges. Ambassador Isiaka Imam remarked that there is a deliberate effort to reinvigorate trade among member countries in the new direction of the D8, especially improving trade volumes from $121 billion to a new target of about $500 billion by 2030. He added that plans are underway to establish a D8 MSME center in Abuja as part of efforts to boost trade by building capacity among MSMEs in member countries, noting that the center, if realized, will be a game changer for members to enhance the capacity and training of MSMEs in branding and quality control. Nigeria is a member of the D8, which is an organization for development cooperation among 8 developing countries comprising Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Malaysia, Pakistan, and Turkey. You're watching the news on NTA News 24. Let's take a break now. More reports ahead. To stay with us.
Days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTA You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International. Your window to the world.
NTA, you can't be Deutsch.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International. Your window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
The implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, partnerships and collaborations for the goals is considered imperative to effective actualization of said goals. To this end, the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs has inaugurated and embarked on diverse strategic partnerships and collaborations. One of such moves was demonstrated in the partnership with Sustainable Development Solutions Network, SDSN, Nigeria, to host a multi-stakeholder dialogue on food, agriculture, biodiversity, land use and energy, FABOL initiative in Abuja. Princess Orilokpe Adefulire spoke in her keynote address at the opening ceremony of the multi-stakeholder dialogue called for support for efforts of President Muhammadu Buhari's effort to revamp agricultural sector for the purpose of fast-tracking the achievement of SDG 2 on zero hunger and food security in the country. The presidential advisor noted that the essence of the multi-stakeholder dialogue was to explore the potential areas of collaboration with all relevant stakeholders. As such, it is expected to serve as a platform to identify critical players and actors to drive FABOL initiative towards ensuring sustainable land use management for food security in Nigeria.
Therefore, all stakeholders here present to work together and let us contribute meaningfully to government ongoing efforts in addressing food insecurity in Nigeria. And as a consequence, improve national security and fast-track the achievement of SDG number 2. I believe this meeting will allow us to progressively align our development priorities with the global feeble targets to balance trade flow for the SDGs. The Paris Club Agreement, ensuring the stability of the health system as policy maker, academia, development practitioners, we must see this opportunity for the development of national pathway for transforming food system and take the opportunity to reflect and respond to unique environmental, economic, and social circumstances facing our country, Nigeria.
She reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to the successful implementation of the SDGs, including those specific to food security and improved land use management. According to her, the dialogue is important, especially now that the federal government is diversifying the economy from oil and gas, with focus on agriculture as a pillar for achieving inclusive and sustainable economic growth and development. She told the participants that the discussion should explain how FABO's method would influence government's decision-making on sustainable land management as well as planning process for conservation and climate policy, as these play critical roles in boosting agriculture production by providing opportunities for employment and prosperity.
The discussion today should demonstrate how people modeling will inform government policy making on sustainable land management, as well as planning processes for conservation of climate policy, which play a critical role in boosting agricultural production and providing opportunity for decent employment and prosperity. Let me also commend the effort of leadership of the Sustainable Development Solution Network, Nigeria chapter, led by my dear brother and our friend Professor Labodo Bola and Professor Mrs. Ndeti Eliaka for your commitment to this strategic initiative. The ongoing efforts in ensuring that the practical application of the initiative for sustainable land use and food security in Nigerian country is extremely crucial and such highly appreciated.
She explained that the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development demands an integrated approach to development, adding that it's about eradication of poverty in all its ramifications, ensuring peace and conflict resolution, combating inequity and inequality within and among countries of the world. She further explained that it also includes preserving the planet, creating inclusive and sustainable economic growth, achieving full and productive employment, and fostering social inclusion in the complex world. Speaking further, the OSAP SDGs boss said that the 2030 agenda was to provide a framework for achieving government strategic development objectives with a focus on advancing social and economic well-being of the people.
It is now widely acknowledged that the tackle concerning poverty, deprivation, deepening inequalities, and systematic challenges such as climate change, environmental degradation, government at all levels, private sectors, development partners, and other stakeholders need to work together around national and sub-national development priorities to achieve the 2030 agenda for sustainable development in a coherent manner. Specifically to this dialogue, the concept of food agriculture by marketing, land use and energy aims to understand how country can transition towards sustainable land use and food system in line with the binding international treaty on climate change under the Paris Club Agreement.
Also speaking, leaders of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, SDSN, Nigeria, hinted that the FABO platform was designed specifically to understand how countries can leverage on it and transmit towards sustainable land use and food system in line with the legally binding international treaty on climate change under the Paris Agreement.
Strengthening the mainstream of revenues in curriculum across institutions, whether of that primary level, secondary level, or at university level. We are to stimulate and engage in researches that will generate non-social and environmental relevant outcomes. We are collaborating with stakeholders in industries for research and innovation that will unleash sustainable development. And we are working on that of data revolution because we need big data. This is the era of data. The data element that we don't have to execute for data in this country, and so we want to have a process that will generate big data to help development in this country. So Nigeria. It is made and developed and complement
agricultural value loading in line with the agricultural sector.
Participants consequently resolved to lead the pack in the quest for sustainable agriculture, while reminding themselves of the need to be mindful of the fact that the entire planet is facing a climate crisis, stressing that food security is being threatened by rising temperature, erratic rainfall, and extreme weather situations, and tasked them for a robust and productive dialogue.
It has come at the right time to produce empirical-based predictive language models up to 2050 for critical integrated framework for land management. Language modeling in the recent times constitutes a veritable instrument for informed decision for state actors and other stakeholders in order to improve food systems, reduce the rate of biodiversity losses, and lower greenhouse gas emissions. The product of faith initiative and indeed the FDN Academy are useful to everyone in delivering its mandate in the area of food system improvement, biodiversity enhancement, landscape restoration, agricultural best practices, among others in Nigeria. This dialogue today is very important because everybody is talking about sustainable. We are talking about sustainable food system now. We are talking about sustainable agriculture. We are talking about sustainable land system. We are talking about sustainable energy utilization and generation. And there's no better time for us to talk about FABU. This is the time for us to bring all this sustainability together to achieve sustainable development goal.
Also, in a bid to ensure effective coordination, monitoring and evaluation, proper measurement, improved performance and satisfaction of citizens with services of the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs has since July 2020 been deploying the service compact with all Nigerians, SERVICOM, for effective and efficient delivery. The SSAP SDGs reaffirmed her personal commitment and support and that of the office in promoting effective and efficient service delivery in OSAP SDGs. She pointed out that the inauguration of the OSAP SDGs SERVICOM unit will help to accelerate progress, ensure quality services, enhance accountability, and promote transparency, adding that this is one of the cardinal points of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration. She hopes that all staff will live to the cardinal and objectives of the SERVICOM Charter. According to the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, Princess Adejoke Orilokpe Adefulire, who spoke through her Senior Technical Advisor, Bala Yunusa, at a recently held sensitization workshop for staff, noted that a sustained SERVICOM unit is needed in the office for efficient delivery and actualization of effective coordination of SDGs implementation in Nigeria. Princess Adejoke Orilokpe Adefulire also seized the opportunity to reaffirm her personal commitment and support and that of the office in promoting effective and efficient service delivery, while pointing out that adherence to the tenets of SERVICOM Charter will help to accelerate progress, ensure quality services, enhance accountability, and promote transparency, as these, according to her, remain some of the cardinal points of President Buhari's administration.
In recognition of the importance of effective and efficient service delivery in government offices, the office SERVICOM unit has since been inaugurated and commenced its yearly activities to promote effective and efficient service delivery in the office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President. And therefore, the office letter, which is a public document, as well as the version to guide customers and stakeholders about our services, it is expected that the overall outcome of this workshop will enhance skills and knowledge, which will potentially impact on government policies and public awareness for effective and efficient service delivery. The SERVICOM unit is indeed instrumental in driving progress of the implementation of messages in different capacities, and I would want to appreciate members of the Office of Administration to the President of SDGs SERVICOM unit for their relentless work towards ensuring quality service in our office.
The Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs has continued to leverage on the SERVICOM Charter and other activities to generally enlighten and sensitize OSAP SDGs members of staff on SERVICOM duties for improved performance. National Coordinator of SERVICOM, Akaji Meli, who took her time to explain the place of service in the implementation of the SDGs in Nigeria, also read out what the service aspires to achieve with the partnership. The National Coordinator further noted that the essence of creating the National SERVICOM units in the ministries, parastatals, and government agencies is aimed at inculcating and giving added impetus to the Service Delivery Initiative, SDI, of the federal government. She further said that SERVICOM is a unique administrative commitment designed to honor government's pledge to serve the people of Nigeria satisfactorily, adding that with the mandate of SDGs, it will give the office a more broad, improved, and robust service delivery as it deals with all tiers of government and with international counterparts.
We must be ourselves as people, as the staff of SDG. People who run the government, and that's the assigned task that's been given to us. We run the business of government, and as such, if we run the government, the business of government, we are the service providers. Government has established and given us specific assigned responsibilities to carry out in ensuring that all of the aspirations, the 17 sustainable development goals that will properly position Nigeria to take its place in the community of nations is properly achieved.
Speakers at the recently held OSAP SDGs SERVICOM Sensitization workshop for staff maintained that the platform will help reinforce the office's commitment to work closely together in support of qualitative service delivery as the country continues to work to a successful implementation of the SDGs in the decade of action. SERVICOM, an initiative of the federal government of Nigeria, was conceived to promote effective and efficient service delivery in MDAs so as to ensure customer and customer satisfaction, as well as to manage the performance expectation gap between government and its citizens and other members of the public on issues bordering on service delivery. The initiative gives the public the right to demand quality services as contained in MDA's service charter. Hence, the significance of SERVICOM unit in the OSAP SDGs to fast-track the actualization of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. SERVICOM aim to promote effective and efficient service delivery in MDAs to ensure customer satisfaction and to manage the performance expectation gap between government and citizens as well as other members of the public on issues of service delivery. 24th October every year is a day set aside for the commemoration of the United Nations and its ideals. In her statement to mark the day, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, Princess Adejoke Rilokwe Adefulere, reiterated the commitment of the federal government of Nigeria to the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, for the benefit of all Nigerians. The SSA to the President also added that Nigeria has made good strides in SDGs domestication processes and listed some of the concrete steps so far taken to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs in the country. The presidential aide maintained that the task of building the society that we want is one that must be won, and it rests on everyone. Hence, we must keep taking actions and make them count. As part of the events designed to mark the UN Day celebrations, the United Nations system in Nigeria organized a 9-kilometer health walk in Abuja to kickstart the 2022 United Nations Day. Similarly, an exhibition was also organized at the UN House in Abuja, with attendees taking advantage to learn more about what the UN is doing in Nigeria.
According to the Charter, the UN rules and regulations, the UN has 4 purposes. 1, to maintain international peace and security. 2, to develop friendly relations amongst nations. 3, to work together to improve the living conditions of people around the world, conquer disease, promote human rights, promote literacy and others. And then the UN also stands as a forum for helping nations to achieve those 3 objectives.
The resident coordinator gave an official statement.
I congratulate you for the many achievements in supporting government. A lot of that is around policy development, for example, and we do a lot there.
The resident coordinator also spoke to Agenda 2030 team led by Desmond Utonwen. Take a listen.
Yeah, you're going to talk to us about the UN Day celebration today.
Yeah.
So it's an annual thing.
Yeah.
Just give us a little overview of what the UN Day celebration is all about.
Okay. So every year we celebrate UN Day on 24 October, and it is a good occasion, first of all, to remind us of why the UN was created. And the UN, we sometimes forget, was created to make peace in the world. After 2 devastating world wars, the original mission of the UN is to make peace. And so I think Global UN Day, celebrated around the globe, is a powerful reminder of the peace agenda. And of course, as we have the war in Ukraine, as we have other conflicts around the globe, Afghanistan as an example, it is a powerful reminder that we must stay focused also on our peace building work. That applies to Nigeria as well. We all know we have the insurgency in the northeast, and we're all praying for the day that peace will come to Nigeria. And again, I think it's a powerful reminder on UN Day to think about what more can we do, not just to help the victims and those affected negatively by this conflict in the northeast, but what can we do to bring about peace. Now, it is also beyond the peace agenda an opportunity to look at the many, many challenges we have in the world beyond war and conflict. We have, of course, climate change. We have global inflation. I think, again, in Nigeria, many people are suffering from that. So as we celebrate UN Day, we are reminded of the Sustainable Development Goals agenda, and we are very grateful that the Nigerian government, including the Office for Sustainable Development Goals in the presidency, is so committed to the SDGs. And so I think that UN Day every year is an opportunity for us to jointly recommit to achieving the goal of sustainable development. Many people in Nigeria need sustainable development, and we are proud of the partnership we enjoy with government around this issue.
Yeah, talking about celebration this year, with all that you have said, what exactly is the main focus this year? You want to talk about like the theme of the celebrations this year, and why is that as the theme?
So I think in relation to the theme, it has 3 components: peace, prosperity, and sustainable development. Many people will argue that you cannot have sustainable development without peace, and we've already spoken about the need for peace, including in Nigeria, especially especially in the northeast. And arguably also you cannot have sustainable development if people don't live in prosperity. So it is very clear, if we want to help move Nigeria forward, if we want to work with government, in support of government, we need to find ways of making this country more prosperous. And I think the country has plenty of wealth, and I don't just mean its natural resources, oil and gas, but also its people, and more its people. So I think prosperity is about harnessing the enormous talent that exists in this country, and I think sustainable development will be brought about in terms of the theme, if we can achieve peace and prosperity in Nigeria. And again, we look forward to continuing our valuable partnership with government, including the Office for Sustainable Development in this regard.
Thank you. Still talking in line with the theme of the celebration for this year, and you know very well that the UN is promoting the Sustainable Development Goals.
Yes.
This period.
Yes.
Right. How would you say? What would you say that the crisis that we have experienced in places like Russia and Ukraine at the international level, and of course at the local level here in Nigeria too, we also have our fair share of challenges, insecurity, and all that. What threat does this actually pose to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals?
So I think it's already very clear that the crises, the ongoing crises, you've mentioned Ukraine, but also the crises of recent years, and I'm thinking of COVID-19, the pandemic, which is still not over, have set us back. You know, I was at a meeting with the Secretary General last week in New York, and he was very clear that the crises risk us not achieving the SDGs. So that's a very real threat, and globally. I think it's also very clear that the global crises have an impact on Nigeria. You know, I think while interestingly for the first few months of this year we saw the economy recovering more than economists predicted, it's also clear that the country has not recovered from either COVID, and we have yet to see the full impact of the Ukraine war. So the global crisis make it much more difficult even for a big and powerful country like Nigeria to achieve the SDGs. So UN Day is an occasion to recommit to the SDGs and to explore further with government what can we do to change the needle, to move the game towards not just turning around from the negative impacts of the global crisis, but to find positive momentum built on, as I said earlier, Nigeria's own wealth, and not just the natural resources but its people, to move the country leapfrogs ahead.
I want to say a very big thank you to you. It's been a pleasure talking to you
as always.
Thank you.
The United Nations Day celebration on 24th October marks the anniversary of the entry into force in 1945 of the UN Charter. With the ratification of this founding document by the majority of its signatories, including the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, the United Nations officially came into being. The day celebrates every year, offers the opportunity to amplify our common agenda and reaffirm the purposes and principles of the UN Charter that have guided us for the past 77 years.
Research has it that tribal marks were birthed to aid the identification of an individual's lineage. The parents of a newborn would add tribal marks to differentiate their offsprings from other ethnic groups. In the southeastern part of Nigeria, these marks are largely temporal, while some are permanent. Uli are temporal lines that create various shapes in female bodies. They last for about 7 days before wearing off. They are drawn with light dyes, usually of yellow, black, white and brown colors. Uli drawings is mainly used for celebrations. Its main purpose is to beautify a woman and make her look more attractive for tribal holidays. The CBD marks are used on wall drawings, wooden stools, metal designs, paintings, and for some they can be used as body tattoos. There are over 500 known in CBD symbols with various meanings. Obanje marks are spiritual protection given to children who are under any form of life-threatening sickness. Some Igbos believe that the only way to protect children from being taken away by evils are to leave marks on their bodies. Ndri is in sun-like curved lines that go from forehead to nail chain and across the cheeks. It is usually used by people from Okanuri territories. Ichi scarification is something an individual voluntarily experiences. Ichi are marks for affluence and social status. It is not for children. The process is usually painful because it is done with knives and the scars remain there for life. Such procedure lasts for an hour. The scarification is an evidence that the wearer has passed the initiation into the aristocratic Nzenozo society. In the present-day southeastern Nigeria, tribal marks is almost non-existent. From temporal to the permanent marks, their traditional meanings are still relevant.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTA. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International. Your window to the world.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. To feel powerful with the NTA News Model app, the one-stop information center, real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report News, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more.
Thanks for joining us for the news update. I'm Elizabeth Omori. The federal government says repair works should commence on roads affected by the recent flooding as it approves memos for the award of contract by the Ministry of Works and Housing. The Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development also got approval to stop bird flu from causing havoc in the country, as the ministry says there won't be serious food shortage as a result of flooding.
A variation order for the East-West Road Project sections 1 to 4 from Warri to Port Harcourt, Eket, Oron, including Oron-Eket bypass in the sum of 260 billion, thereby increasing the total contract sum for the outstanding sections 1 to 4 of the East-West Road projects from the sum of formerly of 246 billion now to 506 billion.
The Federal High Court of Nigeria has constituted a special task force of judges to head and determine all pre-election cases filed before it within 4 weeks. A statement by the Assistant Director Information of the Court, Catherine Christopher, says the Chief Judge of the Court, Justice John Dehemba Soho, deems it necessary to designate a team of judges following the large volume of pre-election cases that have flooded the courts. Judges who are members of the task force will suspend all regular cases in their respective courts due to the urgency of the electoral cases, which are time-bound. Prime Minister of Antigua and Bermuda, Gaston Brown, says the operationalization of bilateral air service agreements between Nigeria and the twin island of Antigua and Bermuda opens the door to Nigeria becoming the biggest trading partner with the Caribbean nation ahead of US and UK. This was at the inaugural reception of Nigeria owed Antigua Airways by the Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Tourism on arrival in St. John's, Antigua.
18 million people. And to me, that is the potential for us to be for that to be the number one source market for us.
We're now looking at, in a real way, trade with Africa. Not only in tourism, but in goods and services. We're looking at a reconnecting of our people, the African mainland or motherland with diaspora Caribbean region.
And that's the news update. Thank you so much for watching.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Beyond cake making, bakers make varieties of baked products suitable for occasions. Pastries will have soft or crusty dough. You can give your loved ones a special treat by making any savory pastry of your choice. You're watching Baker's World on the network service of the NTA. I am Funke Oyeyele, your host. Many thanks for joining us.
This episode offers you an opportunity to learn how to make a crusty pastry. Chicken pie is a pastry recipe you will like to try soon. Our guest this week, Feyikemi Arola-Shafe, is an industrious cake artist who has been in cake making business for decades. She will be sharing her experience and more. Watch our guest display her skills in cake decorating as she creates an elegant concept for your viewing delight. Just get ready to learn and be inspired as we dish out all these and more for you on the show. Today on Baker's World, my guest is the CEO of Sweetheart House of Cake. She's going to be talking to us about a lot of things. Mrs. Feyikemi Arolashafe, you're welcome to Baker's World.
Thank you very much.
You know, one of the things that I want to know, you've been in business for about 20 years, you say? That is a long time. What has been the driving force behind your success?
First, I'd like to say that I owe everything to God. I mean, He's been faithful. He's kept us all through this. And I'd like to say that majorly, the driving force has been passion. I tell you, if you are not passionate at what you're doing, you can't move at all. So it's been passion for the job, that has kept us. The desire to always satisfy your customers.
Now, I'm glad you even mentioned customers, because I was even going to ask you about customers. It's not every client that comes your way that will be satisfied with what you do for them. There's always going to be that one client that is not satisfied. And I'm sure you've experienced different kind of clients over the years. How do you deal with clients who aren't satisfied?
For me, one word that I have also included in my life to be able to achieve this is diligence.
We've seen a lot of growing trends and bakers working from home, creating structures in their home. How should bakers create their business structure in a way that will not clash with home affairs?
You just need to draw the lines, and you also need to get the understanding of your family members. And for you as the wife and mother and the business person, you need to know that when it's time for your family, it's time for your family. So you've got to draw the line.
Yes. Now let's talk about chicken pie that you're making for me. A lot of people, when they hear chicken pie or meat pie, it usually sounds like a very difficult thing, because now you have to do filling, and then you have to do pastry, and then you have to make sure it sits right, or it's forms right. So how difficult do you think making chicken pie from home, especially from people who don't have experience?
Making the chicken pie, I tell you, it's really very simple. So if you want to do it and do it well, all you just need to do is pay attention, follow every step we're going to be showing you today, and I tell you, you're just going to achieve it just as simple as we would do today.
But I will definitely be watching you very close, because I would also like to make things at home too for my family too. As a professional baker, what other things do you do to get your hands involved with?
If I'm not baking, I'm socializing. I'm either in church or I'm acquiring more skills, like undergoing trainings that would give me fresh ideas in the business. And the baking industry, if you're not baking as a professional, you could delve into decorating, you could delve into event management, and some of us are even putting our hands into photography now, because photography is part of what we do.
Cake photography.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so nice. Thank you very much. It's really been a pleasure having this conversation with you.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
And that was our conversation with the CEO of Sweetheart House of Cake, Mrs. Feyikemi Arolashafe. Now we have Baker's Gist on the lineup for you. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Making quality baked products and creative sugar art pieces that can satisfy customers requires specific equipment and accessories. Most of these baking equipment are foreign products, which are not pocket friendly to bakers, especially the beginners. Our gist of the week focuses on made in Nigerian baking tools and accessories. Obunna is an engineer that prefers solutions to bakers' equipment challenges and makes creativity easy for cake artists.
I resigned from my former job, and in the process of developing my skill, I now find that bakers have some challenges most of the product they use is imported. So many of them approach me, can you do this? Can you do that? Then we went into research and come up with solutions. So from then, that's how we have been going. From every time, every season, they will come up with a new innovation. We continue to service them.
Bakers find the fabricated oven more pocket-friendly, easy to maintain and cost-effective. These ovens come in different sizes and shapes, depending on the specification. The ovens are made in a way that allows the use of charcoal, sawdust and electricity.
This very one is gas-powered oven. You can see this one has a 5-step on it with temperature gauge. This one now is deck oven. Yes, deck oven is designed for bread. You can see the tray, just like the foreign one. You can see the tray. Just deck oven. This one will take 30 pieces of big loaves of bread.
When you see an amazingly structured cake and you wonder how it is achieved, just know that innovation has been fused with creativity.
My name is Nena Nkwocha. You're watching Baker's World on NTA. Don't touch that dial.
I'm going to be showing you how to make the African chicken pie. And to achieve that, we're going to start with the dough. That's the crusty dough. Now you need your flour, and then you add a pinch of salt. You have very little baking powder. It's optional. You have to work everything together, ensure that they are well mixed. So I'm going to add my butter, and then I'm going to rub in the butter. I'm going to rub in the butter nicely until you achieve what looks like breadcrumbs. So this is it. It's all nicely banded. So you want to transfer it to your work surface if you want, just to get a lovely ball. At this point, I'm going to wrap the dough with the cling film, and then I'll store it in the fridge for 30 minutes. The next thing now is making our chicken pie filling, and all that you need to ensure is have your ingredients. And the main thing is your chicken. You have your diced potato, Irish potatoes, you have your carrots, that's the vegetable, and of course you got your onions, and I tell you, the yellow pepper really going to give it some super flavor. We have our vegetable oil, of course, and your frying pan, your non-stick frying pan. You just simply place this on your fire or your heating surface. You pour in your vegetable oil, you allow it to heat for just some few seconds because it's not much. And then you have your onions. Your onions go first into the oil, and then your chicken. The chicken goes in there and you're stirring, like you're stir frying. You keep stirring until the pink color disappears. You know, it gives you something like, it becomes like whitish, and then it's not sticky. It comes out really nice and not sticky. At this stage, you can add your seasoning, your chicken seasoning, and some little salt to taste, your curry flavor, and the yellow pepper goes in at this moment because you want it to go right into the chicken. You want to feel it while you're chewing the chicken, okay? And then you stir for a while, and then you're set to add your vegetables, your potatoes and carrots goes in at this time. Now you're going to add some water to allow everything to cook together. You allow some water, you cover and allow to simmer for some time. You allow it to simmer, and all you want to achieve is you want the vegetables to become very tender. And just how do you know it's ready? You use the back of your fork to just press, and it just melts nicely. Then you're sure it's ready. So when you get to that stage, you get your flour. You want to make your slurry to bind up everything. It binds it, and what it does again is it makes it moist while you're baking. So it doesn't make your filling dry out while you're baking. So you simply make your flour paste. You just get just very little flour into a bowl, and you add your water and you use your spoon to just make your paste, and you pour it into your chicken and vegetable that's already cooking, and then you just stir immediately, and almost immediately it binds up, and that's it. So your filling is set. Now this is how our filling looks like when it's ready. So you see the slurry just thickened it, and this is it. Really nice. So we have our dough. Why you have chicken pies in the rectangular shape is just to create a distinction between the meat pie and the chicken pie. Most times you see the meat pie, and I think it's just one shape, the regular shape. So we are going to have this one in the rectangular form. I'm going to fill them nicely with my already prepared filling. So I'm going to have my pastry brush. I'm just going to apply just lightly at the edges. It's acting as a glue. So I'm going to just lift this and let it fold over nicely. Use this to crimp the edges. So I'm going to place this in my already prepared tray. Meanwhile, my oven is set. Next, I'm going to show you how to make use of the cutter. So that's the one you see everywhere, and it's very, very easy, super easy. So you just get your pastry. So you now lift it. That's it. You roll it and you place it. Just make sure it's a little bit wider than the size of your cutter. Okay? So you now place it nicely. And then you cut off the excess. And this way you're sure it's nice. With the fork, you can just pierce through and give it some nice designs and baking stick. So that's it. So at this point, we're going to glaze our chicken pie with our already whisked egg. It gives it this golden look. Those are really nice. So this is set to go into our preheated oven. Remember I told you, you preheat your oven at a temperature of 350 degrees Fahrenheit and you bake for between 15 to 20 minutes. And that's it. Our chicken pie, the African chicken pie are out of the oven. See how lovely they're looking, so yummy. I bet you want to have a taste of this. I'm going to transfer them to the serving tray, and then we can move over to the next thing, which is the decoration of our cake. Now I'm going to give this beautiful cake a simple but elegant buttercream decoration. So I've got my cream colored one here, I got the light pink and the peach one. It's going to be ombre. So I'm going to start. I'm going to be very generous with my buttercream. Okay, I think I'm done with the pink colored ones. These are sweet colors for summer. Very lovely, soft. So I'm going to clean my palette knife. I'm going to smoothen that out before I comb through. So I'm going to just go through this. So we're going to comb through this cake now. Anybody can do this. I love to do this on the top of my buttercream cake. You have to do this as many times as possible until you get your desired outcome. Now we're set to pop this into the fridge, chiller, whatever, for it to firm up before we stencil. Yeah, our cake is out of the chiller. It's firmed up already, so we want to do some stenciling. So I have my stencil. I'm going to place it right on the cake. I need to be very careful, bearing in mind that this is buttercream. So I'm going to just apply a little pressure to allow it to stick on it. Okay. I'm going to apply the 3 colors. It's going to give me a wow effect. At this point, I could apply my shimmer if I want to, or I take off my stencil and do that later. If I want to apply the shimmer, I could just do something like this. I just have my shimmer. So, okay. Off the stencil. Now we're done stenciling. It's beautiful. You could still decide to add some scales depending on how elegant or how rich you want it to be. I've got this sugar scales here. So you can do this round just any way you want. But I'm going to close it up by piping. I'm going to pipe at both edges, the base and the top. So I'm going to do just a simple piping. It's going to start dropping off the cake. And you don't want that to happen. When it's too hard, finish off this elegant buttercream cake by just adding a few flowers. You have to position them nicely. We want to finish off this cake by placing a topper on it. This cake could actually pass for a birthday cake. So I have this lovely, very simple birthday topper I'm going to just... And that's our elegant, simple buttercream cake and our African chicken pies.
You know, I quite agree with you. This is one elegant cake. And you know, nothing says elegance than adding a touch of flower, roses, pearls onto your cake. It really comes out well and it brings out the color. Even the gold flakes gives it a touch of elegance. It's really beautiful.
Thank you so much.
And of course, the pie. We need to eat this pie so that we can tell you how good it is. Then we can try something on your own. So let's have a taste of the pie. Flaky on the outside, tender on the inside. I could, feel a little bit of a buttery taste, and of course, it has a little bit of spice, which is because of the pepper she added. Oh, this is really good. You can try something like this at home. It's not so hard. All you need to do is follow all the steps, the recipe that our baker has shown us in this video. And of course, don't forget this elegant cake. This is really elegant indeed. All you need to do is follow all the steps and procedure she has shown us in this video. And of course, if you're the type that you don't want the trouble, or you don't want to go to this
This is the network service of the NTA.
You're welcome to From the National Assembly. I'm Lami Ali. It is the season of budget defense, and on this edition of the program, we bring to you the budget defense session between the House of Representatives Committee on Basic Education with agencies under the Ministry of Education.
The budget defense team from the ministry was led by the Minister of State Education, who also explained that the better education service delivery for all being implemented in 17 states across the country will end in October 2022, which is why the ministry is pushing for a review of the budget for education.
We live with the spirit of the House of Representatives. Our approach to issues affecting the ordinary Nigerian is not only just holistic, but is persistently and permanently pro-people, pro-community, pro-oppressed. pro the marginalized. And we believe you carry the same spirit. And let me inform that your predecessor had a very, very positive working relationship with us, and we are expecting that pattern will continue. So we welcome you. We also welcome the permanent secretary, who is also new. We always seen your predecessor here at respect various activities. We've always not agreed on issues, but we always found a common ground. I think that is the beauty of it. That whenever we had any point of disagreement, we met, engaged in dialogue, and we reached a common ground, which is something I hope the federal government will learn when it is dealing with ASU in the future. That dialogue, early dialogue, can save 6-7 months of our children's education span. My other comments I will reserve till after we listen to you. So you are welcome to this budget defense, and we pray that I hope that we will have very positive conclusions.
Basic education is completely within the portfolio of the Honorable Minister of State Education. The Minister of Education will handle our affairs. There is no division between the Minister and Minister of State. Today, as we speak, the Minister is engaged in a state assignment with World Bank at the State House. So it's not possible for two of us to have been here at the same time. Sincerely speaking, it would have been a pleasure for the Minister and I to be here to defend the budget, which is very important to us. Mr. Chairman, I want to crave your indulgence to do an introductory remarks on our 2023 budget. So it is my honor and privilege to be here once again in what I would describe as my last making budget presentation as Minister of Education in President Muhammad Buhari administration before this committee. I would admit that the last 7 budget defense sessions have been very engaging and fruitful. We had robust discussions both in the National Assembly and whenever you visited us on oversight function. I would say my interactions with you remain some of the most valuable public service experience I had as Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and would forever remember upon reflection of my public service. I therefore want to start this presentation by thanking you for all your support and beseech you to render more of same to the next Minister of Education for the betterment of our sector. Of course, occasionally we have had divergent views, but all were in the interest and progress of the education sector. Your contributions and support have no doubt impacted positively in the modest progress which we have achieved under my stewardship despite the challenges of coronavirus, COVID-19, pandemic, decline in funds allocation, insecurity, incidents tried by lecturers in our tertiary institutions, etc., etc. As you are aware, the implementation of the 2022 budget began in June, and since then, my ministry and our agencies have been doing their utmost best to deliver the change we promised. I am proud of the achievements we have recorded so far with your support and contributions, and we are here again to seek for your greater support so that we will achieve more in 2023 financial year and leave a sustainable legacy. Chairman, distinguished honorable members, we are here to present the performance of the education sector in the 2022 budget, as well as present and defend our 2023 budget proposal. Budget trusts. The implementation of 2022 budget and proposed 2023 budget of the ministry are hinged on the Ministerial Strategic Plan MSP 2018 to 2022 tagged Education for Change, which is a roadmap to address the identified challenges facing the education sector. Main thrust of the Ministerial Strategic Plan. The ministry's intervention shall be targeted at 10 thematic areas or pillars, which are 1. Out of school children, 2. Youth and adult literacy, 3. Science, technology, engineering and mathematics, STEM, and technical vocational education and training, TVET. 4. Basic education. 5. Teacher education, capacity building and professional development. 6. Curriculum and policy matters. 7. Tertiary education. 8. Education data and planning. 9. Information and communication technology, ICT in education. And 10. Library services in education. The plan is linked to the National Development Plan NDP 2021 to 2025 and Nigeria Economic Sustainability Plan set to achieve the mandate of developing the requisite human capital for the Nigerian economy. Overview of the education sector. I wish to disclose that the education sector is serviced by only one ministry, which accounts for a great proportion of the entire federal public service. The ministry supervises the following agencies and institutions: 24 parastatals and regulatory agencies, 49 federal universities, 4 inter-university centers, 33 federal polytechnics, 27 federal colleges of education, 112 unity colleges. The President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria approved the establishment of 6 federal science and technical colleges at the following locations: 1. Federal Science and Technical College, Abuja, Jigawa State. 2. Federal Science and Technical College, Igangan, Oyo State. 3. Federal Science and Technical College, Amozu, Ebonyi State. 4. Federal Science and Technical College, Ganduje, Kano State. 5. Federal Science and Technical College, Ogugu, Kogi State. And 6. Federal Science and Technical College, Umaka, Imo State. The colleges were not funded in the year 2022 Appropriation Act, and academic activities were carried out through online lecture series. I am happy to disclose to you that the institutions were captured in 2022 Appropriation Act and normal academic activities had since commenced. In our determined effort to further create access to vocational education, the ministry established 2 additional federal science and technical colleges at the following locations: 1. Federal Science and Technical College, Gashua, Yobe State. 2. Federal Science and Technical College, Misao, Bauchi State. These 2 new Federal Science and Technical Colleges would commence academic activities in the 2023 session. We wish to solicit for your support in seeking additional funding for the development of these institutions. I wish to also inform the committee that contracts have been awarded for the establishment of 3 additional Federal Science and Technical Colleges at the following locations: 1. Federal Science and Technical College, Plateau State. Federal Science and Technical College, Enugu State. 3. Federal Science and Technical College, Kwara State. I will further plead for your support for the provision of operational funds for these colleges because they were not captured in the 2023 appropriation bill. Tackling of the issues of out-of-school children. As a ministry in charge of policy on all